Okay, it is a little spooky that it started raining right before I started streaming, so there is a likelihood that the internet will go out. They're trying to silence me, even Mother Nature. Okay, let me just do a couple of thingy wingies. And then, ow. And then I'm gonna play just a little tiny bit of Risk of Rain. Just to try to get rid of the demon of anxiety. And I guess it's perfect to play Risk of Rain anyway because it is raining. So there's a risk of power outage, let's call it that instead, I think. Okay. I did collect a couple of things to talk about, somewhat related to the title, but we might not get to that if Mother Nature decides otherwise. Okay, where the heck is this? Kill this. Give me audio. Ah! Okay, I have one run. Let's do one run and then I can get to the spooky times we are living in. Which I think it goes without saying I am in favor of free speech. Whoa, who would have thought? A writer, a comedian, in favor of free speech? No way. Let's just pretend all of these guys are anti-free speech. That'll encourage me. Encourage me to play better. Based off recent events, I think the solution... I should be careful which words I say because... words are bad now, apparently. But I think I see a potential avenue. A multi-interdisciplinary route. But it's gonna take a lot of work from a lot of people, from a lot of different disciplines. So I kind of want to lay that out today. And, maybe send that off to the right people who can enact the appropriate, proper levels of change, who have the proper influence and education in their respective fields. So, if I can get through this quickly, I'll move on to that. It's so funny how... What the heck? It's so funny how I try so hard to avoid politics on stream. Fuck! But, who was it? Was it Ralph Nader, like 5 bajillion years ago, who said, if you're not turned on to politics, politics will turn on you? Funny how things happen, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Okay, this is a bad start, but I think if I just play my cards right, give me money, 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 money. Oh, fuck. What's that? Backup magazine. Okay, this helps. Phew. What the heck? It keeps giving me money-related items. I kinda don't really need money right now. Or actually now I do. Oopsie. Fuck. Phew. What the heck? The Shrine of Chance is more like the Shrine of Scam. Also, haven't found the blue ball guy. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the void fields this level. This is me defending free speech right now. Just swarmed by baddies. Oh, what's that? Ooh, okay, brilliant behemoth. I'll take that. Let me get rid of this. Pennies. Don't need Gore's Tome either. Okay, let me go grab the backup magazine and then we can just start fighting this guy. I imagine the blue ball guy is way up there, and I don't think I can get him. I don't have any wings right now. Ouchie. I am feeling much better now, that's good. I am becoming the tip of the spear that I need to be. Fix that. Fuck. Fuck. Whatever. Whatever. I think I know where the blue ball is here. Fuck. Okay, wax quill. This could be a good run if I just do this level quickly and get to the void fields. So I can kill the spooky spider. Okay, there we go. Give me this. Phew. Okay, well, since I know the boss is over on this side, I'll go explore the other edge of the map. And I'll try to do it quickly, since I already have my blue ball. Okay, maybe keeping Gore's Tome would have been good for this first one. This first level. Wait, why am I getting turrets? I don't need turrets where I'm going. What the heck? I'm retarded! Alright. Let's kill all these free speech haters in the video game. Okay, these items aren't too bad anymore. I think this is much more doable than before. Fuck. I'm broke! Guys, the inflation's too high. Okay, that's not too bad. Guillotines, I got a Berserker's Pauldron, I got no money. Ooh, gasoline, okay. I think there's one more item here somewhere. Oh, I forgot about this starting item. Item there and there. What's that? What the heck's that? Okay, I have some movement, I have some gasoline. I don't have any healing. If I'm going to the void fields, I should technically grab medkit, but I want the crit glasses. Fuck it. I fear no evil. When I was talking about mantras, and I guess also now mottos last week, that's another mantra that I've been relying upon. Fear no evil. Rush forward valiantly, even if I'm scared. Like when I started to click on start stream. So I do think I have quite a bit of good pushes here recently. And trying to do things that are scary. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I like these green items that I have so far, but I don't really have much of a choice. I didn't see a scrapper. Hurry up! I'm still mad that they broke that one mod where after you kill the boss, it has the remaining time and just opens the portal. Now I gotta wait. Why would they do this? Why would they get rid of good mods? How dare they? Okay, this is either where I die, or I get to be very, very heroic. Shattering Justice. Five green. So I have regen scrap. I can get rid of 1, 2, 3, 4. I would have to get very lucky to get rid of the 4 green items I don't want. Let's not do that. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice troll. Trade in 3. Ow! 3 white items for 1 green. Regen scrap. Okay, so the last stream, when I came down here, I got killed by those exploding bugs. Let's see if let's see if the same exact thing happens again. Hopefully not. We have Elder Lumerians? What? I suppose it is 17 minutes. Shit. Okay, this could be scary. Especially with no healing. Ow. Healing, please! Oh, I got a medkit! Okay, whew! This kind of helps. What are these items? Stun grenade. Fireworks. Cautious slug? Question mark. Get rid of bandolier while I'm here. What else can I get rid of? Crowbar. Crowbar I will take. Another gasoline or a question mark. If I'm gonna go fight the spooky spider, I don't think gasoline will help. Ow! Fuck. They have burn? Oh, fuck. That's not good. No, they have bleed. Shit. Okay, so... okay, I don't think I'm gonna make it. But I'll try my best now that I know that they have 5 bleed. That's pretty spooky. So let me try to get some healing. Healing bungus, I suppose. And I guess I'll stun them a bit more if possible. Oh, what the heck? He jumped around cover? That guy is... he's an esport pro. What the heck? Maybe I should call that move the wave dash. Okay, I think definitely getting that stun grenade was good. I think I got like 3-4 stuns on that guy. Teddy bear, yes please. Okay, red whip. Red whip and my 2 energy drinks are doing a lot of work here. For mobility. Ah! Holy moly. Those giant lizards are pretty scary. They have 5 medkits now? Oh no. Oh no, we're not gonna make it, bros. Fuck. Ooh, another bungus. Okay. They're— oh shit, they have fucking grandparents. Oh no. Okay, they're pretty scary, but I think if I dodge properly, I can survive. But that is contingent entirely on my performance. It's all on me. Just like real life. Okay, as long as they don't get up here. Oh no, he saw me. Son of a— what? He just wave dashed. Look at that. Ah! Oh my— this guy too. What the heck? They're getting so smart. How the heck did that happen? I think I've— why'd he die like this? I think I've rarely ever seen them jump like that. It's so scary. It's legitimately terrifying. Ooh, okay, leech seed, I'll take that. I am a Bulbasaur, I have a leech seed. Okay. I suppose both healing and shields are my friends right now. Holy fuck. That bleed. They have attack missiles too. Holy moly. Ah! Oh fuck. Another stun grenade or two wouldn't be too bad if you don't mind, Mr. Video Game. I have a gasoline, don't I? I don't need gasoline though, that's not gonna help me. I don't know how loud the rain is on the mic for stream, but it's pretty loud. I guess I should keep an eye on OBS, make sure it's not killing the stream. I do see that the rain's being picked up by the mic. Oh, they heard me. They heard me complaining. Okay. It'll pick back up once I'm back in the game though. I've literally never ever seen this many enemies jump this frequently ever before. Are these guys— oh my goodness. Did they give these guys like a grok AI or something? What gives? I think I'll take an extra wax quail. Whereabouts are we going? Who are you? Another royal capacitor? I kind of feel super trapped here in this area against these specific enemies. I don't know if I'm gonna make it out of this one. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ukulele. Chronobobble. I think I'll go Fuck, that's multiple enemies. Take another infusion. Oh, what's this? Who are you? A coffee? I'll take a coffee. A teddy bear, I'll take a teddy bear. Speaking of, I do have a coffee. I haven't taken a single sip. Somebody's distracting me. I feel like a fucking cornered rat. I have 3 different openings I gotta look out for. Oh my goodness. Okay, well... Okay, well, I made it. I lived. I'm not very confident in these items, however, to fight the spooky spider. Did I leave this multi-shop here? No, I think I got everything. What's that? Ooh. Fuck. Oh, I mean, I guess. Okay, I do have a scrapper and a couple of printers. Rusted key, okay. I did drink too much tea though. I do need to go do a quick pee-pee break before the boss. What's this guy? I think I'll take the royal capacitor. Ooh. The corrupted revive. I don't think I... I mean, I guess I might as well take it if I die. I'll at least come back again. With dog shit items, probably. Let's see, I have 3 green scraps, no whites. And my 2 printers are a broken watch and a power elixir. Do I want to trade here? I suppose I could get rid of the key. Rusted key. Because there's... the rusted key next level might be in a spooky area. Or... no, wait, we have to go to the other void area before we go to the spooky monster. Okay, I'll keep the rusted key. I'll do that. This seems fair to me. I always forget which is which. I think I need to go to this guy, void portal. No, portal. I think I go to this guy. But first, bathroom break. Too much tea! Ah! Oh, I should probably add into my music here my super chill, super vibey ODST rainy mix. I think that would be a fine addition. Especially assuming I am still alive in the future and able to do my current project to completion, and the country hasn't burned to the ground. I think I can do some other cool music things. I guess it's more like an audio thing. A sort of rainy mood, chill, super chill, vibey thing going. But I will be more specific when the time comes. If it ever manifests. Okay, keep this there. Okay. I think this is the right place here. If it's not, I'm going to be pretty sad. Oh, fuck. The BRB is still there. No! Okay, this is the place. Where is my rusty box? Rusty box, rusty box. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. He did a fucking... I didn't know his range was that far with the subs... Oh my ah! His fucking Sub-Zero get over here. Okay, I think I put the game volume up way too high. Okay, rusty box. Where's my rusty box? Where is Rusty Shackleford? I don't see him. Crit glasses, thank you. Holy moly, this guy's so tanky. He's tankier than Tiananmen Square. Still no rusty box. They're hiding it pretty well. Oh fuck. Ah! I killed myself. Rusty box. Rusty box. Where are you? I wonder if it's like way up there by the teleport. Wait, if I just kill this guy, his black hole will consume everybody else, right? Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. Ah! Almost fucked up. Okay, that's... I need to lock in that knowledge into my brain that those guys can set off a domino effect of black holes. That would have been a really shitty way to end this run. Oh, there's my rusty box! You better be good. Red item. No, I got a fucking headset. Oh, while I do like the higher jump from the headset, I don't like how it changes my gravity and then I feel like I'm floating on the moon or something. And it's kind of really annoying. I've only fought this guy like once before. What's he do again? I'm scared. I think he does also drop a bunch of items like his normal counterpart. Right? Oh, maybe not. More crit glasses, please. Okay, this is gonna be a 30-minute spooky spider fight. I don't know if I fought him at 30 minutes too frequently. So I might be going in with a false sense of confidence here, but we'll see. Okay. I think I feel adequately tip of the spear now. I am the demon of anxiety is gone, from what I can tell. So we should be good to go. With, oh my goodness, with the super important topic of discussions. Okay. Let's go fight the spooky spider. Hopefully he doesn't kill me. But if he does, at least our battle will be epic. I hope. Or I can be a complete retard and get myself killed in a very stupid way. We'll see. I believe. I believe in myself. And that's all the belief I need. Okay, well, I guess it's ultimately still a win, because last time I died to fucking bugs. At least this time I'll die to this guy. An actual formidable opponent. My biggest issue is I don't have much healing. So that's the spookiest thing for now. Ow. He actually hit me. Motherfucker. Oh my goodness, he hurts! A little more damage wouldn't have been bad. But we're kind of stuck here now. Phew! Holy fuck, he hurts! Motherfucker. Typically, as long as I can beat the first stage, I can beat him for the entire fight. Unless I get super duper unlucky. Ah! Okay. Ow. For once, I'm grateful for the headset. A little more bleed wouldn't have been too bad either. No freaking way! He actually landed them all! He's a hacker. Okay, well, I'm glad I got that power elixir then. Jesus. Yeah, I guess the 30 minutes... oh fuck. The 30... fuck. 30 minutes with because going through 2 levels is probably not the best for this character. So grabbing the blue ball first level is ideal. I'm doing like no damage, look at this. I'm doing 25 damage. Or was that 132? 132. I think the 25 is the bleed. Oh my goodness, fuck off! There's just such a huge chunk from the royal capacitor. That's how dogshit my damage is right now. It feels like this fight alone is going to be its own 30 minutes. Please do more damage! What the heck? Holy moly. This is what happens when you don't sharpen your sword. I kinda don't like this. I'm in a pretty bad spot. I am so lucky for that double jump, holy shit. Ow! This is what it feels like to fight. Ow. to fight an adult while shooting him with Nerf guns, basically. Well, the build isn't amazing, but I guess it's nice that I got a well-rounded build with some damage reduction, some healing, and movement. Because otherwise this would have been way worse. Oh my goodness. He almost got me. The rascal. Little did he know, I'm the one who got him. Ow! What the heck, they have a mushroom? Where is he? Oh, he's right there. I don't know if I go in there if I die. I've never tested it, I'm terrified. So I'm not gonna do it. Okay. How long was that? 41 minutes? Not the best. Not the quickest run, but I guess I did learn to... If I'm gonna get the blue ball second level, then I should try to go for more damage, if possible. The medkit was pretty clutch. I got that by chance, I believe. Because I went for another sunglasses, crit glasses. And then I got this in the void fields. It could have been better, could have been worse. I'll take it. Okay. Nice, I am happy with my run. Let's get on to the good stuff, the spooky stuff. The only problem being, where do I start? I've got a lot of things I might want to begin with. I guess what I could start with is my vision. A simple sketch of a possible grand scheme. The grand master plan. What? Dark mode. There we go. Okay, so times are scary because of a handful of different things which need to be addressed. In my mind, I have been viewing it as such. First of all, let's begin with I love my country. Let's assume that these are stars over here. What the heck? Okay, let's get stars. I'm not going to draw 50. I think you get the idea. 50 stars. And I think this is super cool. And I believe in what it stands for. So this is the North Star, to preserve that which has granted me a lot, has bestowed upon me many privileges, many benefits, many blessings, and I believe which has granted many other people also many benefits, privileges, and blessings. So that's the goal. That's the aim, to preserve this. I was watching a video like 2 weeks ago, was it? Let me find it. November 4th, an upload from Louis Rossman. Louis corrects CF Moto misinformation. Here's what really happened. So in this situation, there was a company that has a global division as well as a US division. And they tried to gaslight people into saying, what exactly was it? Was it some subscription model thing? Let's go have a look.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Today,
so this is video from 2 weeks ago by Louis Rossman.
I'd like to apologize to all of you, and I would like to correct the record on something that I got seriously wrong. In order for you to understand what's going on in today's video, and to understand the context, I highly suggest that you watch this video that I did on Nixplay after receiving feedback from their CEO. This video is going to be somewhat similar, because I made a very similar mistake in the video that I did on Nixplay, for which I am truly sorry. We are going to be going over an email that I received from a marketing manager at CF Moto. Yesterday I did a video on CF Moto making certain features of hardware they sold into a subscription that were not made obvious.
Okay, so yeah, so that's what it was. So I believe it didn't begin as a subscription. Let me just keep listening.
At the point of sale. They worked, and now they won't work without a subscription. I had
okay, yeah, so it wasn't subscription at first, and then it became subscription. So the example here will be CF Moto. Let's call it sleight of hand subscription, which is, oh fuck, which is ultimately anti-consumer. And then in their messaging, they made it seem as if it's no big deal because in America we didn't do that, but the rest of the world gets to suffer. And so ultimately what I came to the conclusion from this video is, as I stated here, I wrote, these are my words and my beliefs. I don't know if anybody else agrees, but we'll see. I said, I feel like we need a name or title for this. The first thing that came to mind is anti-accountability and also anti-literacy. Because all it takes to discern the events of the situation is to read the archives of what played out and how and what is. As in to determine what is and what isn't, what is real and what is not real, and which statements are true, which aren't, who is being deceptive, and who is being honest. So, they, CF Moto, they rely on people not reading or knowing the events, so that they can therefore hide from accountability. The kind of people who embody this idea are infecting all corners of the internet, and we need to bring back the social ramifications of ostracizing people and companies who commit egregious violations and tear the high-trust society we would like to live in. It is a privilege and an honor to live in a high-trust society, and I think it is worth defending. So I think we need to properly label people based off their actions, deeds, and words, and give them the proper opportunity to correct their behavior and deal with people more honestly. So from this, I began my developing this idea of anti-accountability. And fuck, I always forget how to do this, where I don't want to make it. Okay, there we go. Anti-accountability and anti-literacy. They are relying on you, not reading the information and just trusting what they say. They're basically a trust me bro kind of thing. So we need a way to determine who are pro and anti-accountability and pro and anti-literacy. I guess that's what I'll call this. I'll call this the pro-America vision or something like that. It's a working title. The pro-America vision, which relies on people being pro-accountability and pro-literacy, and properly labeling people who are anti-accountability and anti-literacy. And this is a great example here, in a way that extends into, I guess we'll call it just business, because business is important in the United States, and we would like people to be keeping consumers' rights protected. Okay. Next. The problem with this is I don't know how to yet fully draw this. It's the idea is still in its inception, and I don't know if the way I've been envisioning it so far visually, the way I'm doing it here is the best, but that's kind of the point of getting started. First you gotta make it, even if it's bad, and then you can make it better. Okay, next up, it's pretty clear, I think, to anybody who is aware that there is a bot problem on the internet. A bot and AI problem. I think we'll also include LLMs. And they're different things, probably. I'm not sure yet how to best label or classify these. First is the bots. The bots are fake engagement. Bots are can be foreign, have foreign interests. But bots can, I guess, in addition to fake engagement, we'll clump these together. Fake engagement and what's it called when you're misleading the numbers? Like when League of Legends fakes their numbers to get more sponsors to give them money. What's that called? Inflation? Let's call it something like ballooned. I guess we'll just say fake numbers for now. I guess we'll clarify this. The bot stuff. From bots, we get fake engagement, fake numbers, we get foreign interests, and misinfo. Misinfo/disinfo. All of which are bad for America if they are coming from a place of malice, which I assume they are. AI, we have people who fall for AI. People who spread it, or I guess who fall for AI, spread AI videos, who believe AI videos, who cannot detect or lack the what would it be called, the tools, the information, the processing power mentally to detect, to identify, to acknowledge even that there are AI videos. They lack the... I'm tempted to say language. They lack the language to identify AI, deepfakes, and such. Because I don't think intelligence is the word. I don't... Let me look up real quick. What are the latest available success rates for... What tools exist that can detect AI/deep fake videos, and how accurate are they compared to their confidence? But I forgot to do my mean. I forgot to say cite your sources. Okay, here are a couple of thingy wingies. Where'd it go? Here are a couple thingy wingies. Let's see. The tool/platform Intel Fake Catcher. Stated accuracy of 96%. Confidence/scoring approach. Real-time score. And here's the source. So all of this would require its own deep investigation to determine whether or not these numbers are accurate, or if they were accurate before, what is the most updated number? The other tools here include Hive AI, Sensity AI, Microsoft Authenticator. What the heck? What the heck is this guy? Attestive, Hyperverge, and Deepware. Okay, so if this is to be believed, there are a couple of tools and websites that claim to be able to detect AI pretty well. Especially... Is that a spooky monster? I heard a spooky sound. So these top three here give themselves a stated accuracy of 96, 95 to 98, and high. What is DoD backend? Is that Department of Defense? Yes. Hive AI deepfake detection offers a confidence score for faces in images and videos. Used by the U.S. Department of Defense and known for high accuracy on datasets and realistic outcomes. No tool is completely foolproof, but Hive's accuracy is among the highest in the field. Okay, so even if we do have tools, though, the kind of people who will fall for this will not be incentivized or curious enough, I think, to go through it. I wonder where in this graph I need to put... I'm going to call it a Zoomer thing, because I see it more with younger people. The Zoomer thing, where instead of using their phone or their computer to look something up when they're mid-conversation, they ask the other person, what is that? When they can just look it up themselves. I think maybe here, okay, so maybe the problem is the bot AI LLM problem, and then I might need, I'm considering adding here the anti-agentic, what would it be called? Let's call it disorder. No, not disorder. The anti-agentic personality defect. The anti-agentic, I guess, flaw. Let's call it flaw for now. Where people seemingly do not want to express and use their own agency, which in this case means why look it up when I can ask you /grok/ another person. Another person. What the heck? Why'd it do that? Oh, let's just leave it like this. Why would I look it up? But why would I look it up when I can ask you /grok? So this is a big problem that I am seeing, which I struggle to know whether or not that would fall mostly here with the bot AI LLM issue, or would that be closer to anti-accountability? Because being anti-agentic and anti-accountable seem to go hand in hand quite a bit for me in the profile of the kind of person who's making things worse, who is contributing to negative outcomes, let's say. Okay, so we'll figure out where this goes, the anti-agentic flaw. Okay, so we have an AI, people who fall for /spread /believe /cannot detect /lack the, I guess we'll put here, /lack the agency to verify, or I guess to authenticate AI sussy content, I guess. Which I guess screenshots of like messages aren't AI, they're just inspect elements, but the kind of people who wouldn't look up inspect element fake screenshots of fake DMs or whatever, they're not gonna be able to, they cannot enter the realm of even beginning to chuck in the video or whatever into an AI detection software. And then there's again the issue that the AI detection software may not be perfect. So there are multiple ways to fail here. Okay, and then lastly we'll do LLM. We'll do @grok is this true / not even understanding how LLMs work, assuming they are AI as we culturally understand them. I'll put Skynet, Cortana. Who's another AI? Are there AI in Star Wars? That's technically like in the distant past, right? We'll do Skynet Cortana for now. So there are people who lack the information necessary here, which I think is a problem. Who lack the information necessary to understand what they're even looking at, which, when coupled with being anti-agentic, makes it much worse. Water this. I'm sure I have interesting, educated opinions on this technical topic. Hackerman. That's not the Hackerman's what the heck is this? I've never seen this email before. Did they change the Hackermans? Isn't this from that... Does this anime have the name Star in it? Years ago, in like the 2010s or whatever, I was on some gaming forums and this one person really liked this anime. So I'm familiar with the character, what they look like, but I don't know anything about this. This is my pro-America vision, or my pro-America initiative, and in which I see that one of the issues right now is that we have a bot AI LLM issue, problem, in which people's information, people's beliefs, people's perceptions are being formed by bots, which provide fake engagement / fake support for ideas, who are most likely from foreign interests, and they spread misinformation / disinformation. AI, the issue is that there are people who fall for / spread / believe / cannot detect and or lack the agency to authenticate for themselves whether or not something is AI sussy-wussy. And lastly, LLMs are an issue. I think I'm technically LLMs, and I don't know. I haven't looked too much into image generation from generative AI, so I don't know how exactly. I am not well versed in that area at all, but I think I'm well versed enough in LLMs to know that when people ask at Grok, is this true, they probably don't even understand how LLMs work, how it looks up information, how its pattern recognition, and ultimately it does seem to want to tell you what you want to hear. Is the technology the problem? I think it's partly the problem, or I guess what I mentioned here at the end is we have a cultural understanding of what AI is, such as Skynet or Cortana, and what we have now probably isn't that. So it's more so the issue that people assume that AI is infallible, which we see again and again in legal fields with lawyers, with judges, with police officers. This is a problem that's affecting many things, and primarily the people who are pro-America and want what's good for this country. I feel like the technology is a new powerful vector for an age-old problem. Yes, I agree. That this is, for now, I'm just laying out possible issues, and then afterward we will come to a sort of possible solutions. So on this side, so far I have the bot AI LLM problem. On this side I have the anti-accountability problem, anti-literacy problem. Yeah, no, that's okay. We are, this is the, I've been scatterbrained about all of this. As I guess the reason, let me specify why I think I can see what I see is because as a writer, I have to be very observant about multiple different things, about psychology, about technology, about culture, about the way people interact. And I think I can see a thread that is uniting all of these things that's causing an issue here. So I think this is a big problem, the way it is currently handled by people. I have not written notes about any of this, so I might forget some things. Anti-accountability versus pro-accountability. We have bots, AI, and anti-agentic people. What's next? What's next? Oh, I guess earlier today, when I woke up, I felt the need to read The American Crisis. The American Crisis by Thomas Paine, December 23rd, 1776. There are quite a handful of things in this essay that I think are incredibly invaluable, that seem to resonate with modern times. I think he starts off pretty well here. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of men and women. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet, we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It is dearness only that gives everything its value. Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon its goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. That's one of the first things that really stuck out to me. Next, I think this applies to more things than just what's currently going on. I have to be careful citing this because there are going to be people who are either bots or whose opinions are just repeating things that the bots say that are disingenuous. And if they see that somebody is citing Thomas Paine during the American Revolution, they'll think they're citing war stuff. But yet, it is folly to argue against determined hardness. Eloquence may strike the ear, and the language of sorrow draw forth the tear of compassion. But nothing can reach the heart that is steeled with prejudice. I feel like this is an issue. Well, okay. I've done a little bit of interesting listening to some psychology stuff, and this is true here. Even if you have the right words, even if you paint a vision of, even if you're clear with how poor the state of affairs is, if the other person's heart is steeled with prejudice, they're probably not going to move from their current position. And so the issue that I see people who I agree with, people who are saying things that I agree with, things that I like, things that I believe to be true, things that I believe to be noble, to be principled, to have integrity, we're trying to use eloquence, but that's not going to work against someone whose heart is already steeled with prejudice. So I need to keep this quote here because I think this is super duper important. I read this earlier this morning, or yesterday morning, and I think this is super useful as a potential solution, keeping this in mind. Let's see. I have two more things from here. These other ones get a little spookier since they are a bit more warlike, but they are important nonetheless. There are cases which cannot be overdone by language, and this is one. I think I disagree here with our particular issue. He was talking about the Revolutionary War, and they had already taken up arms. I believe here he's talking about loyalists versus patriots. Those who were still loyal to the crown, to King George, and those who were already fighting for independence. So we're not here yet, thankfully, but we are inching ever closer. So I don't agree with this statement right now, but it is something to be mindful of. There are cases which cannot be overdone by language, and this is one. There are persons, too, who see not the full extent of the evil which threatens them. They solace themselves with hopes that the enemy, if he succeed, will be merciful. It is the madness of folly to expect mercy from those who have refused to do justice. Which I think this also goes hand in hand with the idea of principles. Like, if you were already merciful, if you were already acting with a sense of justice, then you would have done so by now, but you haven't, so that is something interesting to keep in mind, which I hope doesn't, how should we say, I hope we don't have to get to the point where we say those people are not merciful, and we have proof for it, and those people do not believe in justice, but we are definitely close. Should I read this next part? Okay, I'm not gonna put this next part here, but I am gonna read it. I think it's incredibly important. Okay. There's just too much good stuff here. Like I just see way too many parallels that are appropriately, or I guess not appropriate, that are mostly applicable to today. He's recruiting here for the Continental Army. Okay, maybe here's a good place to start. I love the man that can smile in trouble, that can gather strength from distress, and grow brave by reflection. 'Tis the business of little minds to shrink, but he whose heart is firm and whose conscience approves his conduct will pursue his principles unto death. My own line of reasoning is to myself as straight and clear as a ray of light. I think I really love this statement here because I see this with my art. Like, I see my duty. I see my North Star clearly. And that's why I think I'm moving in the right direction with Fun and Games Episode 5. Yes, whose conscience approves his conduct. Yes, I believe that is an incredibly important idea. And yeah, he was definitely a great writer, Thomas Paine here. He's like just reading this is absolutely amazing. So I'll type it in chat if you want to read it later. I think he does mention at some point the opposite, where yeah, he mentions it here actually at the end of this that we're reading. Okay. My own line of reasoning is to myself as straight and clear as a ray of light. Not all the treasures of the world, so far as I believe, could have induced me to support an offensive war, for I think it is murder. But if a thief breaks into my house, burns and destroys my property, and kills or threatens to kill me, or those that are in it, and to bind me in all cases whatsoever, to his absolute will, am I to suffer it? What signifies it to me, whether he who does it is a king or a common man, my countryman or not my countryman, whether it be done by an individual villain or an army of them? If we reason to the root of things, we shall find no difference. Neither can any just cause be assigned why we should punish in the one case and pardon in the other. Let them call me a rebel, and welcome. I feel no concern from it, but I shall suffer the misery of devils. Were I to make a whore of my soul by swearing allegiance to one whose character is that of a sottish, stupid, stubborn, worthless, brutish man, I conceive likewise the horrid idea in receiving mercy from a being who at the last day shall be shrieking to the rocks and mountains to cover him, and fleeing with terror from the orphan, the widow, and the slain of America. So for those of you who are not religious, he is saying here, he finds it a terrible idea in receiving mercy from somebody who, on Judgment Day, will cower and hide and run away from God's judgment. Someone who is not of noble standing, who has no honor, who has no integrity. Someone who tries to hide in shame from the things they've done, from those of poor character. And so basically, judge me by my enemies. If my enemies are of poor character, then that's okay. I don't mind being called names by those people. And he said it back then in 1776, and it still stands true today. And I do believe that these are excellent ideas to keep in mind as I am creating this pro-America initiative. I think I could stand before God's judgment. I truly believe I could. Yeah, I think in theory it would be best. I guess from the Christian perspective, part of the reason why they want to proselytize is so that they can ensure that as many people as possible can stand before God's judgment, and I think that the ultimate end goal for them is to save as many souls as possible. But even if they don't, if they can at least have someone stand tall and proud before God on Judgment Day, I think that's also a possible win for them, which I can agree with. If you're going to be a shitty person, at least admit it. At least be open and honest about it. So these are two things that are going on here. Okay, I think I remembered my other thing here at the bottom, which is another research thing I've been doing, is cult. I think it's pretty clear. I think most people can say, most people who are attuned, who are watching, who are listening, who can see reality for what it is, I think they can see that there's cultish behavior that is driving this and this kind of behavior, which is an enemy to this. And this goes hand in hand here, that it is folly to argue against determined hardness. Eloquence may strike the ear, but nothing can reach the heart that is steeled with prejudice. I don't think logic and reason will... the armor from a cult, I think, cannot be defeated or challenged by the tip of the spear that is eloquent and logical. I think the image that has been in my mind for a while is that, I'll draw it here, it's like a ball of rubber bands. Individual rubber bands. They're all tightly together. The way to address the issue is to peel off rubber bands one at a time. The outermost ones will have little influence. They will be technically easier to take off. Because logic and reasoning will not work against the steeled and prejudiced mind, and because cults tend to, and almost always do, go for those who are, well, technically, yes, I do think that would help. because I do think that what this cult is targeting, people who feel victimized, who feel like they have no community, who feel like the world is against them, who feel like the cult of the red hat are the only people who understand them, who speak for them, when that's not really true. Because the cult relies on people being anti-accountable and anti-literate. It feeds upon these outermost layers of rubber bands who fall for the bot AI LLM issue, who are anti-agentic. And I do think this is a possible vector here too. I don't know if that looks like a ball of a rubber band. And so one of the things I was going to read later is I'm going to read about cults, how they work. I've been watching the X-Files recently, and I'm interested in cults, guys. That's all that's going on here. I do think that these outer layers can be convinced with reaching them where they need to hear things. Reaching them and speaking to them and hearing them. Because I do think a lot of their words, a lot of the people who they point to as the problem, a lot of the hurt basically that they have is being directed toward innocent people, and that's all because of this machine that's working here, and that's what's causing this issue, as I see it. I don't remember if there was something else here that was supposed to go at the top. Is this top circle supposed to be some kind of Ouroboros? This one? The only reason I have this here is this is just how things are linked together. Because I don't yet know how to best visualize this. But I do think there's something here. For those who are aware, for those who are attentive, for those who can keep track of things, who can keep track of reality, who are capable of being noble and honest. I guess actually that goes up here. The most important thing, principles. Principles which inform what it means to be pro-America, which includes honor, honesty, humility, integrity, compassion, empathy, which is apparently a sin now, according to some people. I need to figure out how to do this thing where... Okay, there we go. It's because the way that the pro-anti-accountability works is that the cult relies upon lying very clearly, very obviously. It relies upon rewriting history. It relies upon the cult members not looking into things themselves. They're perfectly capable of reading, but they choose not to. The cult, I think, let's say, maybe I need to change it to anti-curiosity. Maybe it needs like this. Maybe it needs like an arrow from here to here. And then that is what leads to them falling for this, which is further informed by not being able to see what's real and what's not on the internet. I think I can make that more thicker, like these nuts. Is it anti-accountability or just misplaced trust? No, I think it's anti-accountability. I think it is. It should state somewhere. Let me go find it. That you should be an informed citizen in the U.S. Is there a document or quote, or is it simply an idea that an American citizen should be informed, especially if they're going to vote? Please cite your sources. There are specific documents, laws, and official statements, not just abstract ideas, calling for American citizens to be informed about deepfakes and their... What? I didn't say anything about deepfakes. No. Disregard the deepfake part. Speaking strictly, constitutionally, or civically, or yeah, I guess we'll say civically. Is that a word? Civically? Civilly? No, it was there. Civically. Constitutionally and civically, the duty to inform citizens is embedded in several key principles, especially the First Amendment, which guarantees freedom of speech and of the press. This is intended to ensure that citizens are provided with information necessary for participation in democracy, which is being subverted right this very now from foreign influences. The bots who are happily populating the billionaires' websites and platforms. The press has a constitutionally protected responsibility to inform the public on current events so citizens can make sound decisions. For civic matters such as voting, policy discussion, and oversight of government. Thomas Jefferson said, "The press is the best instrument for enlightening the mind of man and improving him as a rational, moral, and social being." This is from justice.gov. I guess I'm wondering what they're citing. Jefferson. The First Amendment. Why does it matter? According to Thomas Jefferson, the First Amendment builds a wall of separation between church and state. The separation, or I guess that's religion. Where is the speech part? Speech and press. Let's like informed, because it's definitely important to make informed decisions. The duty to inform citizens, not the duty for citizens to remain informed. Yes, this is, of course, keeping in mind that Jefferson said this back before Elon Musk, so he could not have foreseen just how pernicious the press and speech would be. Manipulation by malicious people. The government cannot restrict access to information solely based on its content, idea, or subject matter, ensuring that citizens have the opportunity to be informed on all issues relating to their rights and responsibilities. Citizens are expected to be informed as a civic virtue. Civic education, public debate, and free press are all part of the American tradition of informed citizenry, as the foundation of effective democracy. So that's also in this. Where is that? Informed citizenry. Where do I find that? Message from the U.S. Attorney. No, this is right at the very beginning. Okay, I should have just read this part. Fellow citizens, for more than 200 years, the Constitution of the United States has been a working document, maintaining the original principles upon which our nation was founded, while, at the same time, changing with the country, as reflected in its amendments. While the U.S. Constitution itself outlines the basic structure of the federal government, its 27 amendments address many subjects, but primarily focus on the rights of individual American citizens. This booklet outlines those rights, offering historical context and other information that is both interesting and informative. The continued vitality of our democracy is dependent upon an informed citizenry. Understanding the history of the Constitution and its amendments will assist all of us in more fully appreciating these rights and responsibilities as they have evolved over time. Moreover, such understanding will ensure that these rights will continue to be exercised, valued, and cherished by future generations. President James Monroe stated at the founding of our country that it is only when the people become ignorant and corrupt, when they degenerate into a populace, that they are incapable of exercising their sovereignty. Let us, by all wise and constitutional measures, promote intelligence among the people. Okay, this is a good quote. I didn't realize this was here. Let us, by all wise and constitutional measures, promote intelligence among the people as the best means of preserving our liberties. This publication is provided as just one source of what we hope will be a continued education as to the liberties we all hold so dear. Thank you. B. Thomas Jones, U.S. Attorney, District of Minnesota. Okay, I'm going to cite this here. This is a good quote. I'm tempted to say the Joe Biden thing when he says Minnesota, but I'm not gonna. Know your rights. This is kind of like Know Your Meme, except it's Know Your Rights. A guide to the U.S. Constitution. Put the link here. And then we'll grab the quote by James Monroe. Don't let your rights be memes. They kind of are memes. The people who are attacking rights right this very now are they like that the guy is a memer, and it is destructive to the country. Okay, so this is a great quote. I like this. I am glad that I found this. Okay, so this is yet another guiding idea for this pro-America initiative. So in order to promote intelligence among the people as the best means of preserving liberties, that means, I guess, put it on the right side. A possible solution that I have here for the bot AI LLM issue. I'm still not sure exactly how to draw this, so it'll be messy for a bit. But I'm getting somewhere. The issue to people falling for bots, to people falling for AI, to people not understanding LLMs and relying upon them as if they are infallible, we must make it if you cannot detect AI / Russian bots, Russian Chinese bots, to who are giving you incorrect information for the purposes of inflaming the country, you should consider it your patriotic, pro-American duty to stay off the internet. Otherwise, you are doing what the Russian / Chinese bots want you to do. So this is one possible answer to all of this. If you are pro-America, it would make perfect sense that you not allow yourself to be a puppet for those who know technology better than you do. I guess we live in a time where the people demand for the jester to become king, and the jester would love nothing more. I mean, that's the reason the jester is just a jester, but the notion is being lost. Yeah, and it's the thing again where they just fired a jester, an actual jester, for being critical of the clown in the White House with the makeup on his hand. And that's really interesting. That's really interesting that in the year 2025, someone who made fun of the president, anybody who makes fun of the president, is now seen as a target, a valid target, which is anti-American, anti-patriotic, in my estimation. I think you've got it backwards, though. The text claimed that the responsibility to be upon institutions. This one, the quote by Monroe. The text claimed the responsibility to be upon institutions, the press, and the government to ensure that people are informed. You're arguing that people have the responsibility to discern misinformation. This part of the quote was at the very beginning. This is the preface to the entire Know Your Rights guide. U.S. Attorney's Office from Minnesota, and this is the first thing that appears. Let's see, let me reread in case you are correct. So this is just from this individual, from B. Todd Jones, U.S. Attorney. The U.S. Constitution is a working document. It changes with us. This booklet contains outlines. The continued vitality of our democracy is dependent upon an informed citizenry. Understanding the history of the Constitution and its amendments is important. To fully appreciate rights and responsibilities. Such understanding will ensure that these rights will continue to be exercised, valued, and cherished by future generations. President Monroe stated at the founding of the country that it is only when people are ignorant and corrupt that when we degenerate as a populace, that they are incapable of exercising their sovereignty. Unless I am misreading, not this exact quote, some other part of the document. Yeah, that's later here in the Freedom of the Press, page 4. What that states, as I understand it, is that the press itself has a duty to inform, which is also an issue because the press has also been pretty dog shit. So I don't think that we should allow a lackluster, poor quality press to determine the individual citizen's own abilities to be as informed and intelligent as possible, as stated there by that President James Monroe. Yes, exactly. I'm curious if this document says somewhere very plainly that citizens have a responsibility to have a discerning mind. I don't think so. I think the closest thing we'll get to is this here. This quote from President Monroe. Let's have a look at where responsibilities show up. Where's that quote from Jefferson? Thomas Jefferson said, "The press is the best instrument for enlightening the mind of man and improving him as a rational, moral, and social being." Two things that I might want to consider here is that, like I said, that the press has been lackluster as of late. And secondly, when the press fails, I think it does fall onto the individual citizen to perform their duty to their country, to do their best. If the journalists aren't sending their best, then the American citizen must be performing his best. Yes, exactly. I think the point you're making is specifically that citizens do have that responsibility. Yes, I am making that point. I don't know if I can cite a particular statement, quote, civic or civil document that states that. So that's what I will have to find to further support my statement. In that sense, what you're saying isn't exactly supported by this document. Yes, yeah, that's what I'm trying to look for. I agree. I haven't found here yet. How long is this? 32 pages. Okay, I'll read this later. I'm not going to read all of this now. We'll update this as we get back, as we progress in this pro-America thing. This pro-America vision. I definitely think I need to do a bit more here with anti-accountability, anti-literacy. The first thing that came to mind is like we have a website where we track everyone's lies, deceptions, everyone's misrepresentations, everyone's deleted tweets, where we get to point at them and say, "Is this you?" Once they contradict themselves and prove themselves to be hypocrites. The issue with that is that these people won't accept it anyway, because they are already being told not to be curious, they're already being informed by misinformation. And so this is more so for those who are willing, able, and capable of being principled, who have an idea much higher and bigger than themselves in mind. consumerrightswiki.chat. Yeah, that's kind of what I had in mind. I don't know what the feasibility of something like that is. If it's not going to reach the people who need to hear it most. When you say anti-curiosity, are you talking about culture movement like I'm just a girl? No, I'm talking about the cult of the red hat. That could be funny. The I'm just a girl. I think technically, doesn't that fall with the anti-agentic? I'm just a girl. You shouldn't expect me to do to be able to do hard things like get out of bed in the morning and go to work. I think that kind of falls into people being anti-agentic. Okay, so I wonder if there's a place where the streams cross between anti-intellectual and anti-agentic. As in, why even ask Grok? That alone is too much of a chore. Yeah. I think people who even don't ask Grok and just ask the person might be further down in the abyss. This is more of an what should we call it? Overarching? This is more of a big picture thing. I'm not exactly sure if I need to go into the specifics between people who are anti-agentic and anti-intellectual. I'm more so talking about people who don't ask and shame those who do ask. I'm talking about people who don't ask and shame those. Shame people who do ask. As in, like, publicly? Well, I guess the primary issue here is my Twitter, basically. People on Twitter are going to be typing, and they have quicker access to Grok. And if they just believe what Grok says without question, without doing further research, without checking sources, without looking for information that from other thinkers who disagree with what Grok says, it's a lot. I don't know if I need to necessarily go in that deep, but you said some anti-intellectual people will ask a person instead of an LLM. I'm saying I feel like the anti-intellectuals don't even ask anyone at all and will shame those who ask at all. Okay, if I'm understanding you correctly, then you think that might be close to anti-curiosity? Oh, hey, Admira, when did you get in here? The reasons why I refuse to use AI and LLMs makes me cling harder to pen and paper. Hell, I've been trying to hone my drawing on and off. Yes, anti-curiosity. Yeah, so I think maybe I need to rearrange things here, because I do think there's a very clear connection between anti-curiosity, anti-agentic, and anti-intellectual. I feel like those three things I need to properly define. So yeah, maybe I'll move these things around. Maybe this one will go more. Or does anti-agentic fall more like between the cults? And also, Mara, speaking of pen and paper, you reminded me, I have a couple more good ideas. I have a couple of ideas, good ideas that I want to surround myself with. So speaking of pen and paper, let me go ahead and share a couple of good ideas. We should do our best to surround ourselves with good concepts. So let me share some that I have written down. I kind of like this one here. This one seems appropriate to my current pro-America vision here. Like this is all scatterbrained. I'm just collecting ideas now for the very first time. I don't. Oh my goodness! I don't know where it's going. I don't know if it'll be effective. I don't know if my possible solutions will work. But it's a start. So this quote here that I have saved seems quite appropriate. Saturday, September 28th, 2024. I don't know if it'll be in focus. You don't have to know how the project's going to look when it's done. You just have to know what the next step is. This is from Adam Savage. And I think that's incredibly important. This is super useful. This has been super useful for me when working on Fun and Games Episode 5. It's a massive, massive undertaking. I'm doing things I've never done before for Fun and Games Episode 5. All I need to know is I have the final vision in my mind. I know what the final outcome will look like, sound like, and feel like. I don't need to know every single step. right this moment. I just need to know the next thing that I have to do. So this is a super good idea, and why I like to keep coming back to it, and why I have this notebook full of ideas. You don't have to know how the project's going to look like when it's done. You just have to know what the next step is. I can tell you in software engineering, it's so incredibly true. Actual life. I feel like that's so useful in basically any sort of creative thing. Like, I think just making anything, it's probably good. It's not even that you don't need to know. In my opinion, you can't know. That's even better, and why this is so much more useful. I'm not sure about the wording. To me, agentic sound means using LLMs, so being anti-agentic would be refusing to ask an AI. By agentic, I mean, I mentioned that at the beginning when I first wrote it down. By agentic, somebody who values their own agency, their own ability to do research, to look things up, to... Yeah. And if you're anti-agentic, then you'd rather hand it off to somebody else to do the research for you and then provide you with the thing. But that would require, you know, what they're doing, that you trust them. And there's room for malicious people to be in there. Been lurking on and off the stream, but man, that's a true quote on a production standpoint. Yes. Yeah, I have been filling up my notebooks with super cool things. Some of these I can't share because they're projects that are coming up. So yes, I do believe it's important to surround yourself with good things, especially because much of the internet these days seems quite negative. But I'm glad to hear you've been lurking and you appreciate what's been happening here, and I'm very happy to share some of these quotes I have here. Oh, okay, this one's a good one. Media/tech. This is... I wrote this down Monday, September 9th, 2024. Media/tech companies are behemoths. If it wants to focus, are behemoths which plow forward with only capital in mind. We are not David fighting Goliath. We are instead like an ant fighting God himself. This is from the video titled Echo Chambers Explained by Horses on YouTube. Which I think this goes hand in hand with the spiritual war for our attention. You know, it's so incredibly true that all of these massive companies hire psychologists to design the page, to design the algorithms, to try to keep you there, to drain your focus and your attention. And I think that's another big problem here with the Twitter problem, with the Elon problem, that's causing irreparable damage to the fabric of the country. More proof to open my notebook even more than had other managers at past jobs share the same sentiment to me personally. Also, your cursive is nice. Thank you. Yeah, I've definitely been I've become pro notebook pilled over the past couple of years. And I can definitely say it's better, rather than scrolling your phone, scroll your ideas, your ideas that you found on the internet, your own notes. I definitely highly recommend it. It's incredibly important. Especially for me, somebody who wants to do stuff on the internet. They're just... that this is why last week I was mentioning my mantra that my time is valuable, my attention is important. What I give my attention to is what drives my actions, basically. So I think that's part a big part of the reason why I want my next newsletter to be about attention and focus. I fucking hate writing such a chore, honestly. Yeah, I can see that. I think the best thing is just write one sentence. Just start with one sentence. That's all you need at first. If you can get another one, that's fine. Just one. Just low barrier to entry. No, there's no big goal you need to reach. You can just do one at a time. Because there's another idea. I forgot where I found it, but the notion that if you write your notes in your phone, then you're basically conflating your phone notes with scrolling, and scrolling is endless on Twitter. So by writing your notes in your phone, even sometimes on your computer, I think on the computer is better if you have something like Obsidian. But if you do it on your phone, in your mind, you're probably conflating the endless scrolling of social media with your notes. So mentally, you have a higher chance of your notes becoming just another pointless thing to scroll past. And now your notes are gone, your ideas are gone, and you've placed your notes in a place that has no value. And I really, 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 really think that's helped a lot, and why I think notebooks are so much better. I think there was one more thing here that I wanted to read today. See if I can find it. Oh, hey, look at this. Monday, September 30th. Oh, no, never mind. I started writing Monday, September 30th, and I put a W, but I decided not to finish that for some reason. So instead, Saturday, October 5th, 2024. Today I streamed and will publish episode 4 of Fun and Games. Also, it is Sophie Saturday. Maria got me some Kuromi gifts from Chicago. Chinese children? Chinese children. What the heck? Why does it say Chinese children? Oh, okay. It's because they were made in China probably, and they were made by Chinese children, and sold in Chinatown in Chicago. Also, @Flick, what's that say? @Flick said my episode was wholesome, and Paladins alerted me to the fact that the YouTube stream hadn't started. Now I know. Chinese chicken? I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I didn't capture it at first. Children. I can see why you say it might be chicken. Children. The circle in the D is not very pronounced. Yeah, I got a couple R being the chief stuff things here that I don't want to. Okay. I figured out recently why I don't want to tell people anything about my art project. I think there's a particular vibe that is akin to having been a kid in the 90s, where when you go to watch a movie or a TV show, you don't have the trailers back then, I think, weren't as revealing as the trailers are today. And so there's a bit more of an aura of mystery into what you're about to watch. I don't know if maybe that's just a thing that I experienced growing up in the 90s, going to watch a movie or a TV show. And I think it just makes, from my perspective, I can see how that makes it much more of an awesome experience. Whereas if I had told anybody what episode 5 is about, I think that would destroy some of the mystery and the beauty that you would otherwise get to experience for the first time. And I think we'll see if that holds true. I'll ask you guys after the episode is released, after you watch it. I'll ask you guys what you guys thought about not knowing what to expect as you were going in. It could just be a thing depending on individual people's experiences. Okay, that's that. I did want to read some things from here. This is my Bible study notebook. And the issue that I see here with this mess see. I found a video yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago, from out of nowhere. It came to me in a dream. Okay, so this woman here, she made a video saying how she was MAGA, and then she changed because
question that seems to come up a lot is, why was I ever part of the ultra-right to begin with? And the easy answer is just, I was raised in a church community that everybody voted that way and everybody was that way. But at a certain point as an adult, I did have a buy-in, and I was very emotionally connected to what back then was just an ultra-right Republican movement, and then eventually would become Trump and Make America Great Again. And there's reasons for that buy-in. And I have to admit right off the bat, and this is really embarrassing, that I was just really uneducated and really ignorant. I only went to college for a couple years. I met my husband at age 19. I was a little church trad wife by the time I was 20. And I really didn't know anything about anything. I didn't understand much about politics, despite the fact that I had taken a semester of political science at my Mormon junior college. That's probably a big part of the problem right there. I knew nothing about politics. I knew nothing about the Republican Party, the Democratic Party. I knew almost nothing about our Constitution. I spent more time reading the Book of Mormon, the Bible, going to church, listening to church music, and Rush Limbaugh, and Fox News and stuff like that than I did actually studying anything that would have taught me. So my lack of education was a big foundation for really everything. And to me, who I voted for and the passion that I threw into being part of the MAGA movement boiled down to just two things. It's just as simple as this: murdering babies and letting gay people get married. I believe deeply with every cell in my body that one of the biggest commandments was not to murder people, and that if our country had on its law books that you could legally kill a baby by having an abortion, that God would take his blessings away from the earth, and that would just open our country up to like Armageddon and everything that was going to happen in the end times. The Mormon Family Proclamation teaches that there will be calamities that come on America, on this North American continent, on the United States itself, if we do not protect families and protect life. So I saw it as a religious responsibility to protect life, and to me that meant making sure that abortion was not legal, that nobody had access to abortion. What's interesting though is that I didn't have a problem with death penalties. Never once did I ever jump on a bandwagon to make sure that prisoners couldn't be executed for their crimes. I also didn't necessarily have a problem with Dr. Kevorkian when he was in the news a lot. I felt in a way like it was more kind to let to change. I was deeply indoctrinated in this community from birth, and I just didn't know better. And now that I do everything that I can to make sure that nobody else falls into this mindset. I'm trying to stop the hate, so don't hate on me for sharing what I felt and thought. And then gay marriage was my next big issue. And it's funny that that was such an issue in my religious community. Like, homosexuality was the curse that was going to bring about the end days and the complete destruction of society, when really the LGBT community is so small. It's not like humans are going to go extinct because of lesbians. And let's say homosexuality was a sin, it's a sin without a victim. In my own religious community, there is a huge number of leaders perpetrating crimes against children. My own family and myself personally were impacted, and I don't want to talk about it, by horrible men who did horrible things. I personally was the victim of domestic violence. A church-going heterosexual man who harmed me and our children and our pets, or anyone he could get his hands on or have power over, for 2.5 decades. I didn't put any of my personal energy into fighting against people who were committing sins that actually had real life victims whose lives were being destroyed. The only sin that I cared about stopping was homosexuality. I was taught it.
So she says she's Mormon. I don't know how common this sort of experience is with other religious sects who are appeased to by the current cult. But I have to imagine it's a significant portion. Yeah, she says she's in a better place now. She says she's pro. She divorced that guy. She did post another video that I wanted to listen to, but I only listened to this one and I thought this was so incredibly poignant to trying to get the perspective for why someone might be in a cult. In her situation, she did say it was from birth. She was basically indoctrinated. She didn't know much, and it wasn't particularly encouraged. And I think that's where I'm getting this idea that it doesn't begin with the cult, but I think it's promoted by the cult, but begins with religion to be anti-curious. And so, yeah, her perspective is incredibly valuable, and I think that's where I got this idea here to hone in on this idea that eloquence may strike the ear, but nothing can reach the heart that is steeled with prejudice. The people in her community, if all of this is true, if she's not just saying this to be like to make money and stuff, I have no reason to believe that she's like a crisis actor just pretending to be a MAGA person gone woke or liberal or whatever. I don't think so. I assume the best of intentions from her. I assume it's real. So for people who are in that sort of situation, that's why I think speaking to them emotionally about why they there's a couple of different questions to pose, beginning like, what does the cult provide? The cult of the red hat, what do they provide? What sort of community they have? Because I definitely don't think logic and reason will suffice. I think the strategy is to speak to them to speak to people like this in ways that where they can feel comfortable talking about their experiences and such. And so, yeah, she's definitely very brave for having spoken about this, and I greatly appreciate that. And I think that's why I saw that, and then this morning I saw this from Thomas Paine, and so I just connected those dots, and I think that's important here for the cult. All that to say, and why I wanted to read some Bible stuff. If she is, or if most people are in a situation like that, where the people in their community are acting in non-religious ways, in ways that are not particularly to be expected of religious people, if the cult members are making calls for violence, if they're making if they're acting on vengeance rather than peace and compassion, which very many are, then I feel it both my patriotic duty and my duty to my understanding of religion and God and Christ to call that out. And so I do think I want to read some of these passages here that I have. I don't think I have a date for any of these. This is just, it's all Bible stuff. So I think these are somewhat relevant here for the current topic of discussion. And why this is what's guiding my informing and guiding my perspective on the issue of America right now. I see people who do not live in the way that I think it should be expected of them, according to these passages. This is from Proverbs 12. Proverbs 12, verse 4. Oh, no, not verse 4. Verse 6 to 9. The words of the wicked are mortal snares, but the virtuous refute and elude them. The evildoers are thrown down and are no more, but the house of the virtuous will never crumble. Everyone is praised in proportion to his prudence, while the corrupt of heart will be met with contempt. Better to be a common man and have a servant than to feel oneself greater and be short of bread. Is that win short of bread? And run short of bread. Verses 13 through 16. The wicked man is entangled in his own lies, but the virtuous man will be saved from his fortune. Those who meditate on wisdom will attain all that is good. Each one is rewarded according to the works of his hands. The fool considers his way right, while the wise man listens to advice. The fool shows his annoyance immediately, but the discreet man overlooks an insult. Verses 18 to 19. The one who speaks thoughtlessly pierces like a sword, but the words of the wise bring healing. Truthful words endure forever, but lies only for a moment. 21. No misfortune will befall the virtuous, but the wicked will have their fill of troubles. Verses 23 to 25. The discreet man conceals his wisdom, while fools make public their nonsense. Uh-oh, that's me. I'm being public about my nonsense. The hard-working hand will rule, and the lazy will have to obey. Intense grief depresses the heart, while a friendly word makes it glad. I can keep going because I wrote a lot of stuff. I still need to do more. I still have like more than half of this. No. Oh, this is fake. This is from my shirt that I made. But yeah, I can keep going because these are the passages that I want to keep in mind that I think are important for me to read and reread, and I wrote them down for the purposes of my personal knowledge of myself, that these are things I need to work on. So yeah, I think the people who are being extremely loud, who believe they are acting in the name of the Lord, are definitely being very sussy when it comes to scripture, and I can see that clearly. I can see that some are worse than others, and so I think it is useful to speak in a language that they understand. It is useful to have this information. I believe, unfortunately, too many people who are not into cults are also not religious or spiritual, so they probably don't have this perspective, or they don't read the kinds of things that inform the cult. And so that is yet another reason for why, like it's said there, that that words can heal, and the proper words, obviously, because again, you can have all the logic, you have a perfectly well-made essay that's infallible, impregnable, but that's not going to reach the people whose minds are already polluted by other things that are much more powerful, because they are fueled by and target people's emotions. So that's kind of where that's currently where I'm coming from, I suppose. So obviously the big thing here is we need to make it pro-American, pro-patriot, to get off the internet if you cannot see the Russian bots, if you cannot contend with the misinformation and disinformation of AI, of fake Twitter users. It is your patriotic duty, for the best of America, for the best of our country, for the best of our government, to not do what the Russian bots want you to do. I think any American can agree that they would rather act in America's best interest rather than Russia's best interests, which unfortunately also includes billionaires who buy up these platforms and allow these sorts of bots to be rascals and gremlins and miscreants the way they are. And that's kind of what I have here. That's one possible solution here. If this initiative can reach the right people and then people who want what's best for the country. Regarding AI, regarding the cult, we got to speak to them in the language that they understand, that listens to them, that is compassionate to their experiences, and isn't going to attack them for who they are and how they grew up, but is willing to be accepting of them and listen to their emotional needs. Obviously, it's better to start with the outer layers of the big ball of rubber bands, those who are probably least emotionally and psychologically strong or independent, those who rely on the cult in order to have a sense of identity and community, because the cult is damaging the fabric of the country. And if we can peel off enough of the outer layers of rubber bands, we can get further closer to the middle, and then they'll get weaker and weaker until the very center rubber band has no support and falls to the ground. And so I think this is a good image here it's the first thing that popped into mind when thinking of the cult and how to disband it in a way that is constructive, that is compassionate, that empathizes. And I hope there are ways to improve this from people who can give me some feedback on this. And then I guess these two are the weaker sides. These are where there are people who are tech illiterate, who are psychologically and emotionally dependent on the cult. These are technically two different battles. And then this is for those who are capable of higher order thinking, who are capable of doing research, but either intentionally misrepresent stuff for profit because they run a media organization and they profit off of these people in the cult. They profit off of these people who buy into the bot AI LLMs and cannot detect deception. This is more of a, I think, a business issue and a issue of principles. If we can find a way to get these names to stick, to hold weight, because these people who are liars, they have no morals, they have no values. If were it not for double standards, they would have no standards whatsoever. And I think we should shine a light properly on them and expose them for what they are, and everyone should see that. We as a society should not condone people who lie, people who cheat, people who steal. I value the high trust society we live in. I like the luxuries and comforts that we have. I look around and see vehicles, I see roads, I see traffic lights, I see schools, I see kids laughing and having fun. All of that is built upon, people working together in good faith, in ways that are principled, and honor, honesty, humility, integrity, compassion, empathy. And I don't think we want to go past the point of no return where we lose what we have. And so this is my current draft. I still don't think I agree with anti-accountability. What do you not agree, or what do you think you don't agree with anti-accountability? The name itself, or in the concept? How exactly? I really love that Petersonian idea that with every right comes a responsibility. If you have a right to consume any media, you have the responsibility to cultivate a discerning mind. I think that would fall here probably with being pro-American. If you are pro-American, as James Monroe said here, that it is when people are ignorant and corrupt that we degenerate as a population, as a populace. Let us, by all wise and constitutional measures, promote intelligence among the people as the best means of preserving our liberties. I think I need to find a way to connect this with making this pro-America stance be an appropriate answer and solution. The anti-accountability thing, yeah, I'm perfectly willing to change names or tactics or how. Like I said, this is still the first draft. This is the first time I am voicing any of this. I am writing any of this. I am drawing any of this. So wherever there's room for improvement, I am willing to listen. I'm not sure what it's supposed to refer to. There are people escaping accountability that should be brought to some sort of justice, but I'm not sure what the end result was. I'm not sure that's the result of an anti-accountability culture. Well, part of it is that we used to have, as far as I understand, or at least we used to promote when I was a child, we used to promote the idea that we should be straightforward, that we should be honest, that we should deal with people well, we should treat people well, and do unto others as you would want others to do unto you. we are living in a time here in the US where people are not those things, where people are not truthful, are not honest, where they are intentionally lying for profit, for their media empires. They are using the bot and AI problem to further fuel to further line their pockets. And we as a country have allowed them to get away with doing that. And I don't think we should do that. I don't think we should allow people to continue to be allowed or respected in anywhere where there's serious discussion occurring, in anywhere that these aren't serious people, and they should not be treated as serious people because of their very consistent malicious acts. They can recover if they apologize, if they are open and admit that, they've just been doing things for profit. There's always room for forgiveness, which kind of goes into the something greater than yourself. I guess for me, I don't know if most people will agree with this, but there's not just the US, but there's also God. And I know that won't speak to everybody, so I'll put it next to the flag. But more than anything, the idea of the country should promote people who want to behave in ways that are good for the country. And we should ostracize, condemn, and set aside people who prove themselves to be acting maliciously, to be acting in ways that tears at the fabric of America. Is it anti-accountability, or is it complacency and apathy? Well, the issue is that if this is true, if my perspective, if my reading of the situation is accurate, if my observations line up close to the issue of the cult members simply agreeing because it is their side, and or because their information is fueled by fake accounts, then they are not doing their due diligence as a human being in 2025 with access to information to be an upstanding citizen capable of being an informed person who can contend with the reality that there are liars in the world. So I would consider it anti-accountability rather than complacency or apathy, because from the right person's perspective, there's nothing wrong with what these people are saying, who are not accountable, who don't want these people to be well-read or well-informed. Technically, I would say that these outer rubber bands, the ones who need the most psychological and emotional connection, technically they're victims of this and of this. That's how I see it. Which makes sense to me because they are profiting off of it. So yeah, I'll post this on the Discords and send it to a couple people. I'll see if I can shore things up, if I can add things, take things away. I am sure there are many ways to improve upon this. I'm sure for deprogramming victims of cults, we will have to get in contact with the proper medical people who are experienced in that. because things are scary. And things are scary and things could be better. And this is what I think might be a possible avenue. I see. The people in the cult allow evil to prevail by not holding them accountable on purpose, not by negligence. Yeah, it's kind of like the woman was saying here, where she saw people who were abusing others, but she didn't speak up because, the evils were outside. The evils were the homosexuals and the abortion people. Whereabouts?
The complete destruction of society, when really the LGBT community is so small. It's not like humans are going to go extinct because of lesbians. And let's say homosexuality was a sin. It's a sin without a victim. In my own religious community, there is a huge number of leaders perpetrating crimes against children. My own family and myself personally were impacted, and I don't want to talk about it, by horrible men who did horrible things. I personally was the victim of domestic violence. A church-going heterosexual man who harmed me and our children and our pets, or anyone he could get his hands on or have power over, for 2.5 decades. I didn't put any of my personal energy into fighting against people who were committing sins that actually had real life victims whose lives were being destroyed.
So in a way, I suppose it can be either they're not holding people accountable on purpose, or by negligence, or simply from, I guess in any way, whether negligence or on purpose, or simply not knowing better. Because if much of their information is fueled by bad actors, then they don't know that they're being misinformed. They think they're informed, but they probably don't look it up because maybe they are anti-agentic. Maybe they trust Grok too much. Maybe they don't know how to look things up. They're not encouraged to. I'm pretty sure there are multiple ways in which anti-accountability is let slip by. There was one more thing I was going to say, but I completely forgot. Fuck. Do be careful with the term anti-agentic. I promise you, many people, myself included, it means anti-AI. Yes, I'm aware. But people were here before AI. People were agents of their own life. People had agency before AI, so I was here first. Go suck a dick. Go suck a dick, Grok. Okay, well, we'll rethink the term anti-agentic. Think a term. Maybe we'll stay with anti-curiosity. Just saying, make sure people understand what you're saying. Anti-agency. We'll start with anti-agency for now. Yeah. Okay, so last thing. Erudite said it way better than I could, so let me go find that. She's basically saying exactly what I think. That people are falling short. Where the heck was it? Oh my goodness. Okay, let me go listen to this real quick. 1 second. I might have to jump around a bit, but basically, she's basically on point.
The moment that I found out about this event, strong condemnation for the shooter, strong support for Charlie, strong wishes that he survives, and insisting that he was utilizing his free speech, as much as I disagree with this free speech. If you are on the right and you are inciting war, you are suggesting further lockdowns, further punishing of opposing views, you are the same as the people celebrating Charlie Kirk. You are all inciting hatred and promoting violence in this country. It has to stop. Every one of you fools think that the paradigm of good times make for weak men make for bad times, which we are in, and that bad times make for strong men. Strong men aren't violent, they're principled. Now, more than ever, the principled position is to stand by what Charlie Kirk believed in. Free speech. All TPU was about free speech. That's the point of these things. And it was effective. The reason the left didn't like him, his opinions aside, and worried about him, is because he was so effective at using free speech to convince young voters to the right. He didn't do it through
I don't know if she says it in this video or if I took her idea and improved on it, where principles matter most when they are threatened. She does go here into the... And they're not righteous. It's easy to confuse principles for righteousness. Yes, absolutely. Which is why I think I have to read those Bible quotes, because it's clear that the people who should be capable, who, if their entire worldview and their early life is informed by biblical teachings, then what they are doing and saying now is very not biblical. It's twisted and contorted in a pretzel under the auspices of biblical teachings, but it is most definitely primarily pro-violence, pro-vengeance. And that's not where we want to go. Let's see. Okay, here we go. I think this is the next best part that I was thinking of.
If social media environment incites this type of engagement that is necessarily inflaming both sides at all times, and even my participation, you could argue that me criticizing the farthest left is inflaming this, is making them more angry because they're not being heard. You could say that me pointing out that Trump is trying to pass unironic anti-democracy policy is inflaming the left and encouraging war. And the issue is, does that mean that there's no way that we can talk about it? And the answer has to be, there is a way. There is a way. There has to be a way that we talk about it. But if violence is a thread or hook attached to the way in which you must talk about it, I would say to you, you're erring. It's the wrong way. Strong men are principled, not violent. Remember, humanity at its most evil typically has engaged in groupthink and tribalism. Humanity at its greatest has engaged in group cohesion and participation. If this type of event doesn't make you concerned about radicalization, if this type of event makes you laugh and shrug or assume that you just have to become more radicalized now, you're doing exactly what the Russian bots want. You're doing exactly what the radicals want. Because for those of you uninformed moderates, which is most of you, Radicals are agitative and accelerationist. Both the radical tankies and the goipers, and concerningly it seems like MAGA, want to accelerate the destruction of democracy. And they do that by sowing disunity. If you allow this to radicalize you, if you don't take this as impetus to cool hatred now, you are doing what every human group in the past that was in endless war failed to do. You are that fool. You've learned nothing from history. You've learned nothing from our principles. You've learned nothing from Jesus. You are failing on every principle. Every principle we have in the American dream of what we're built on: Roman law, Greek philosophy, and Christian morality. You are failing all three of these things if you think that war, hatred, tribalism is the way to go forward. Our country, our visions of beauty, our narratives, our stories are about forgiveness. They're about overcoming great evils. They are about finding a way to forgive. Because empathy and forgiveness and principles and believing in peace and fighting for peace, that's hard. It's really easy when nothing bad is going on, and it's really fucking hard when you actually have to do it. Forgiveness isn't forgiveness if it isn't quite difficult, because then there's nothing really to forgive. Grace isn't grace if it's just easy to give. It's probably just enabling. Mercy isn't mercy if you don't even have to deliberate about it, if you don't have to fight your own human impulses to give it. It's like we've forgotten that principles were supposed to be hard, that your cross is daily. I'm seeing so many Christians right now posting about war, about killing the left. Shame on you.
So yeah, I think that's where we need to stick to principles, you know? It's what allowed us to build America for how it is, even given all of its scars, all of our mistakes, all of our injuries to other human beings within and without. But, you know, I like America. I like the things we have. I like the luxuries. I like the comforts. I like the safeties. I am quite certain most people do. And so I think this is probably, from my observations, a potential way to address current events. But anyway, I try not to make my streams political, but kind of have no choice. I have it. It's my duty right now to be an American and do what's best for my country. If I can provide a little bit of info, some ideas, connect some stuff from different places, whether spirituality, psychology, history. This is what I got. So I'll build from here. But yeah, that is currently what I have for my, let's call it just the pro-America vision. Okay. Enough of that. Let's do articles. Articles. Close that. Close this. And sadly, a lot of American polarization is infecting the rest of the West too. Yes, I have. There was apparently a big march in the UK, I heard. About, what was it, immigration? I've been aware of some of the actions of this Tommy Robinson character, and he does definitely seem quite malicious from what I've seen, but I don't know enough to have specifics. I think it's the meme where if it happens in the US first, it'll happen in the rest of the West. So I think the only difference for that is if the EU forces Apple to use USB-C, then that'll first happen in the EU, and then it'll come to America, possibly. Okay, articles. From NBC News, published September 11th, 2025 by David K. Lee. Emotional support alligator is no longer welcome in Pennsylvania Walmart. Wesley Silva, 60, says he's never had anything but encouraging feedback when he's out and about with Jinseyoshi? Is that a Japanese name?
Actually own an alligator ever? Own and think that I would actually own an alligator ever? It's been really kind of incredible.
Wesley Silva got his pet alligator 4 years ago from a neighbor who got her as a gift. When they weren't able to care for her anymore, they asked Silva if he'd be interested.
I did some research. I have kids of my own, and I didn't want to put anybody in jeopardy. And after some research, I was like, you know what? I'll take her.
Since then, they've been everywhere.
We've gone to restaurants. We've been to Denny's where she's a star there. She gets VIP treatment. We've been out to Bob Evans. We've been out to the Wagon Wheel in West Brownsville.
Silva says she always got a warm welcome. That is until nearly 2 weeks ago when some shoppers at the West Brownsville Walmart reached out to Channel 11 about an alligator shopping in Walmart with its owner.
It's been very...
An alligator shopping in Walmart? With its owner? They make it sound... If that's the exact wording that they said, that'd be funny. The alligator itself was shopping.
very positive, and I was really taken back by that.
While Silva says Jinseyoshi is registered as an emotional support animal, it's not allowed at Walmart. After our story, Walmart sent this statement saying in part, quote, "We welcome service animals in our stores, but it is unacceptable to expose members of the public to potential danger. Accordingly, alligators are not permitted on our premises." Silva says he's upset but understands. He says he'll continue taking her wherever she's welcome.
You know, I just go with the flow.
Wow, someone had to snitch. What a bunch of losers. I'm sorry, I thought this was America. Where was this? Pennsylvania? I fucking love that episode. Fucking Randy Marsh's being a gremlin for Obama. I gotta go watch that episode again. Unlucky. I thought when I first read the headline, I imagined it would have been like the alligators was munching on some chickens or something, or people were scared, but thankfully it wasn't anything spooky, so that's good. I didn't know alligators could be so well behaved. Interesting. Silva's a pastor at a Baptist church and a Brethren church. Stopped just short of calling his worship of reptiles a holy act. In the Bible, God talks about us having dominion over animals, and I develop an affinity for the reptiles, said Silva, the father of 5 children. I find them very soothing. I mean, people have like pet lizards and stuff. I think I've heard of a few people who have like pet alligators, so it's not too strange for me to hear about this particular pet instance. Nice. Okay, this is a nice story, which kind of sucks because things are about to get a whole lot worse. From CTV News, September 11th, 2025. Calgary man charged after allegedly making tunnel to upstairs neighbor's apartment. Look at this. This guy's playing the fucking Shawshank Redemption over here. What the heck? He's trying to steal his upstairs neighbor's cookies and snacks while he's at work. What? A man, what's the authors? By Stephen Hunt, September 11th, 2025. A man is facing charges in relation to accusations that he tunneled. He VPN'd in? He tunneled into the residence above his in southwest Calgary, according to police. On September 5th, Calgary police responded to reports of a break and enter at the 6400 block of Coach Hill Road Southwest. The victim told police she had been having issues with her downstairs neighbor. Oh no, that makes it worse. Her downstairs neighbor, and they were growing worse. After returning home from being away, the woman told police she discovered, quote, significant disturbances, end quote, inside her home, including a large hole in the floor, despite the fact that the door was locked. Investigators believe that the occupant living below the woman, who was also the person she was having issues with, tunneled from his suite into hers through an open space behind the fireplace. Oh no, I hope she has a gun. Over the weekend, investigators collected evidence and obtained judicial authorization. On Monday, police executed a search warrant and took a man into custody. Ben Edward Mays, a 46-year-old Calgary man, was charged with 1 count of break and enter with intent to commit criminal harassment, mischief to property over $5,000, and 2 counts of disobeying a court order. Mays, who formerly worked as an Alberta real estate agent, is scheduled to appear in court on Friday. Quote, this incident represents a deeply disturbing violation of personal space and security, said Calgary Police Inspector Keith Hurley. The idea that someone would go to such lengths to gain unauthorized access to another person's home is not only alarming, but it also shatters the fundamental sense of safety we all deserve in our own residences. Oh no. Why is there an unfinished closet here? Did he take apart the wall that was here before? Because it just looks like a construction area. Oh, unless it's like the inside here. Okay, I see. This might be the area behind the fireplace. Anyone with information? What? Didn't you catch the guy? Huh? On Thursday afternoon, the Village of West Hills Condominium Board shared the following statement. Village of West Hills is aware of the incident on September 5th and are working with Calgary Police Service and the affected residents. As the matter is ongoing, we will not be commenting further at this time, the statement read. What's that? Calgary man. What's the man's name? I imagine that's his name, yes. It's like Batman, but it's Calgary man. Are we gonna start making a new meme? Calgary man and Florida man? Maybe they can be the next 2 characters in Smash Bros. That's crazy. This guy's playing Shawshank Redemption over here. Okay, I saw this and I was curious as fuck. Like, how the heck does this work? From NBC Boston, September 11th, 2025, by A. Pawlowski. What is this, Madagascar? Man, 34, has tooth implanted in eye to restore his vision. Tooth in eye surgery sounds like science fiction, but it can help people with severely damaged corneas see again. A patient and his doctor describe what it's like. Brent Chapman can see again after doctors pulled out one of his teeth, flattened it, drilled a hole in it, placed a lens inside and implanted the tooth in one of his eyes. That sounds scary. I don't know if I would be down for that. They flattened it and drilled a hole and placed a lens in it. What the heck? It seems bizarre, but the complex operation, informally known as tooth and eye surgery, can help restore vision in patients with the most severe forms of corneal blindness. Quote, it kind of sounds like a little science fiction-y. I was like, who thought of this? Like, this is so crazy. Chapman, 34, who lives in Vancouver, British Columbia, tells Today.com about his first impressions of the concept. No, I'm being racist. Usually when they use that language, it's an immigrant. Ah, I see. I wouldn't know because, you see, I am not racist. Quote, usually the reaction is shock and surprise and frank disbelief that it even exists, says Dr. Greg Maloney, his eye surgeon and an, oh no, I've never seen this one, ophthalmologist? Ophthalmologist, there you go. Ophthalmologist at Providence Healthcare's Mount St. Joseph Hospital in Vancouver. The technique was developed in the 1960s, and Maloney estimates several hundred people around the world have undergone this procedure. That sounds pretty spooky. I don't know if I would personally be down for that. Like, if my eyes are gone, they're gone. Like, I don't know if I want you putting teeths in there. I have some experience with teeths in sensitive areas, and seems pretty spooky if you ask me. It's for patients who have a healthy back of the eye, but have suffered severe damage to the front of the eye, the cornea, from a chemical burn, a fire or explosion, or an autoimmune reaction where the immune system attacks the eye. In those cases, doctors need a way to restore a clear window to the back of the eye, like changing a severely damaged windshield in a car. It turns out a tooth with a lens implanted in the eye is the solution. Sudden vision loss. Chapman was 13 years old when he lost his vision. He was playing in a high school basketball tournament, felt a little ill, and took a couple of ibuprofen pain relievers. Oh no, ibuprofen will make you blind. I'm gonna have to suffer with my headaches from this point onward. Healthy until then, Chapman had a life-threatening skin reaction to the medication known as Stevens-Johnson syndrome. What the heck? What is this? Stevens-Johnson syndrome from the National Library of Medicine. National Center for Biotechnical Information. Stevens-Johnson syndrome and toxic epidermal necrolysis are acute, rare, and potentially fatal skin reactions involving loss of skin. That sounds like somebody I know. They have spooky makeup on their hand. Potentially fatal skin reactions involving loss of skin, and in some cases, mucosal membranes accompanied by systemic symptoms. Medications are causative in over 80% of cases. Stevens-Johnson syndrome and toxic epidermal necrolysis are distinguished based on the extent of the detached skin surface area. This activity illustrates the evaluation and treatment. Rare, acute, serious, and potentially fatal skin reaction in which there are sheet-like skin and mucosal loss accompanied by systemic symptoms. Stevens-Johnson syndrome. It is classified by the extent of the detached skin surface area. The Stevens-Johnson syndrome, less than 10% of body surface area. Okay. That sounds spooky. Maybe that's what he has, and that's why he's trying to hide his hands. from shaking so many hands. In a coma for 27 days, Chapman recovered, but his eyes were forever impacted. His left eye is irreversibly blind, while his right eye suffered severe damage to the cornea. He spent the next 20 years traveling the world, trying different procedures to preserve any vision he had left, including 10 cornea transplants. 10? What? But they only worked for a short period of time. Quote, "It was very devastating when I would lose that vision again, so we couldn't keep going down that road," Chapman says. The damage to the surface of his eye was so severe that trying a cornea transplant was, quote, "like trying to plant a flower in a desert." What the heck? That's a very clear image. Like planting a flower in the desert, it's just not going to grow. Chapman needed a prosthetic cornea, and his tooth would do the job. Why a tooth is used to restore vision. Humans have been trying for hundreds of years to figure out how to put an artificial cornea on the front of the eyeball. For hundreds of years? What the heck? Who are these wacky doctors who are trying all of this stuff? That sounds pretty sus. If a doctor came to me and said, "Hey, we can fix your vision if you give us one of your teeth, we flatten it, and then we shove it into your eyes." Does that sound good? Sound good to you? That sounds pretty spooky to me. The biggest issue is getting it to stay in place so that the body doesn't reject it, Maloney notes. A patient's own tooth solves that problem. It's a hard structure that can survive in its harsh environment, and the body understands it as part of itself, not allowing it to grow into place, the doctor explains. Or allowing it to grow into place. Okay. I skipped that picture there because it looks pretty spooky, and I don't know if YouTube will assume the worst. And knowing my luck with YouTube, they definitely will assume the worst, because they hate my free speech. They hate that I, as someone who is all LGBT, cannot use the F slur in my own videos. Imagine that. How far we've fallen. And here I was thinking my country had a better understanding of free speech, but apparently not. Quote, "It's a bridging tissue between the body and the plastic lens that focuses the light," Maloney says. "This is like planting a cactus in the desert. This thing is going to survive, and it's going to grow." Interesting. I guess that makes sense why he first said that the flower illustration and now the cactus. The ideal candidate for tooth and eye surgery, officially known as keratoprosthesis, is blind in both eyes from a disease that has affected the surface of the eye, but still has a healthy optic nerve and retina. Chapman now has about 20/40 or 20/30 vision in that eye, Maloney says. He has some issues with glare, so he wears sunglasses, but calls the surgery life-changing. Chapman can read, walk without a cane, and is back to playing basketball. What? Nice. That's pretty cool. Studies on people who've undergone tooth and eye surgery show the chance that the lens is functional and in place in 30 years is better than 90%, Maloney says. Chapman's chance of retaining his current level of vision in 30 years is about 50%. Chapman is one of the first people in Canada to get the surgery. In the US, the first patient to undergo the procedure was a Mississippi woman in 2009. The Bascom Palmer Eye Institute in Miami says it's the only center in the US that performs the surgery. It's a big, big surgery and a big step, Chapman says, but it was right for me. Nice. That's fucking awesome. That's pretty scary, but fucking awesome. I don't know if this picture... I don't want to show it. I don't know if that picture is what it will look like at this point moving forward, or if it can improve from that to look a bit more like a natural eye. But maybe that's why you gotta have your sunglasses, so you don't scare kids and people. Okay. That's that. I was gonna stream yesterday, but the demon of anxiety won as I was planning to discuss this, my pro-America vision here. But I did it today. And these articles that I just read, I picked out today. So now let's pick out yesterday's articles. Or hang on, do I need to take a break? What's Twitch say? 30 minutes. Okay, let me take a break here. 3 minutes of ads and play some music. I'll be right back. Or you know what? Here's what I'll do. Instead of playing the normal music, let's leave Elon and his dog shit and rage bait and everything. And maybe you guys will want to come join me at my MySpace. And I have music here too. And I'll let this play while I go use the bathrooms. Guys, add me to friends. Where's the music? What the heck? That Pikachu's so low res. Look at him. He's like 5 pixels. What the heck? Oh, do I need to add autoplay? Where is settings? No, not settings. Cookies? No. What the heck? It killed my music. What? What if I reload? Hello? Are you gonna play? I know you're there. Fuck. Okay, what if I open it not in private tab? Let's see if that works. Is that gonna work? Microphone, no. Location, no. Camera, no. It hates my music. What the heck? What a bunch of dicks. How dare they? Okay, let me try LibreWolf. See if that works. I did notice though on LibreWolf it's a little bit broke because autoplay allow. It's a little bit broke because my games are a little cut off here. It's not supposed to look like this. You're supposed to be able to see the whole cover. Play! Where's my music? Do I have to refresh? Oh no, guys, it's borked. Hello? Hello? Fuck. I have no idea. It was literally working the past couple of days. And now it's not. Thinky face. Why would it do that? I am so confused. I'll just keep reloading the page. It'll play eventually, right? Did it break? Is that why it's not playing? Did my code break? Well, that's a little frustrating. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I'm actually so confused and I have no idea why it's not working. What? Mute. Unmute. No. That didn't do it. I could load the music up in a different tab, but if the music starts playing on the actual page that I'm on, it'll play twice, desynced, whenever the other one starts. Okay, well, we'll just go to the normal music. I'll kill this page so it doesn't play the music while I'm gone. Okay, I'll be right back in like 3 minutes. Try not to get scared, because I won't be here to protect you. Okay, before I continue with articles, I have not done Quirtle in quite a while. Where is Quirtle? Quirtle, Quirtle. Quirtle, Quirtle, Quirtle. Okay. I haven't played this in forever. If you're gonna play Quirtle and post it in Discord, your game, then close your ears right now, or better yet, cut them off. Okay. First word. Let me try something thematic based off how the rest of the stream has gone. Does Patriot fit? No. Does Law Peace? Peace works, but I use two E's. That's not good. I suppose it's not the worst because I get to see 2 spots where E might be. How about no? Honor is also 2 O's. Honor. How about noble? Noble is good. I like noble. Noble is a good first guess for me. I dig this. Noble. Okay. Not too bad. It's kind of hard to see on screen for you, I think. This looks probably good. If you're on mobile, it'll be difficult for you to see, maybe, but if only you could get rid of this part up here. Okay, noble. Let's see, what letters do I have left? We have a TH we can use. I can also do a SH. Could do like shirk. Shirk. Sharp. I think I'll go shirk. What about shark? Oh, that can work. Let's do shark. Unlucky. The shark is now near the bottom of the sea. Okay, top left we have S in place, and we know there's an A, R, and an E. Okay. Top right we have a O in the second slot. There's a R and an E in that word as well. I don't know if I like that, guys. I don't think that was a very good use. I don't think I got enough from that. Let's see. One more guess for letters. Or let me try top left. Let's see, have an S first. Snare. No, we already used N. There's no N in this word. Snare. Also, that wouldn't even work because all the other letters are in their incorrect spot. What the heck? What a dummy. Who would do that? Search. How about S-A? I think something goes here, and then what if I do ER? Satyr word? Sapper? Saber. Saber. Oh, okay. I was gonna say the first word that came to mind is saber with an O, but I suppose E works. Okay, if it's not saber, what else could it be? Is sagger a word? Fuck. Or is that sager? That looks like sager. Like sage. Fuck. Safer. Fuck, there's too many words here that can fit. Assuming this is the order. SR. Something else would go here. EA. I don't know if this is a word. SR. No, I think something like saver or safer. Okay, too many options. Let's consider adding more, guessing more letters with F, V, G. What can I do with those letters? How about vegan? That gives me 2 of those letters. How about FVG? Valor. FVG. 5. Fives. FVG. Is there a word with G and V in it that isn't vegan? Is vocal a word? What the heck is vocal? I don't want to look it up. I feel like that's cheating. There must be I heard it from somewhere. I don't know if that's how it's spelled because it wasn't accepted here. If that's like a proper title. Voxel. Actually, that's not a bad guess. I think I'll go with voxel. No, I'm reusing too many letters. O, E, and L. I don't think I like that. But grave, that has G and V. Okay, I think this is. I think I'm wasting too many letters with grave, but I'm gonna try it. Okay, so A does go here, I think. There's no V, so it could be safer. The top left one. Okay, we did unlock more letters top right. We have something goes here. O goes here. What if it's rover? That could work. It is indeed rover. Okay. That makes me more confident that top left is safer. But it could still be sager. I think it's safer, but I'm gonna play it safe and keep guessing other letters. Although, I don't have much for the bottom two words. Have L and E. And then N and L. What could go there? What if it starts with an E? Or what if it's like EL? What can fit here? I feel like E goes first. My instinct is telling me this goes here, and then elevate. Eagle? No, because there's no A. Shark and grave prove there's no A. That would have been a good word for eagle if it were, because that would have been thematic with the rest of the stream. That would have been pretty cool. Eagle. There's no A. It's not eagle. It's not evil because there's no V. I haven't guessed an I yet. I need to guess the rest of the vowels. Let's do that. Let's do the rest of the vowels first. What's a word that has U and I in it? All we need is you and I. You and I belong in fruit. You and I. Okay, so top left is definitely safer. 100%. Okay. Okay, bottom left, we now have U, L, and T are the last three. And there's an E in here. E something ULT. Exalt. Exalt. Okay. Easy. I shouldn't have said that in case I fuck up the last word. Oh no. Did I just shoot myself in the dick? Oh no. What if L goes first? Lunit. Unlit. Nah, I don't think it's unlit. I think it's lunit. That makes more sense. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Not too bad for my first game back after like 5 bajillion years. Is this the emoji? It is. The emoji is okay. Let me paste that into Discord if you guys are gonna go play. If you played it already. And you haven't been listening to the stream. Okay, that's not too bad. I am happy with my performance. Okay, rest of the articles now. Where did they go? Okay. From NPR, published September 16th, 2025, by Ritu Chatterjee. I think that's how that's pronounced. RFK Jr. wants to end mental health screenings in schools. Experts say it's a bad idea. I get the feeling experts have said that basically about anything and everything RFK Jr. has proposed or stated or claimed ever since he was tapped to be in his current position. U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Education Secretary Linda McMahon want schools to do away with mental health screenings and therapy. You know, I'm not an expert. I'm not a medical expert. But I assume that this is going to make things worse in a handful of ways. School is already a shitty place. I didn't really like school all that much. I'm pretty sure most people also didn't like school all that much who I know today are adults. I think most kids today also don't really like school when they can be on their phone. I think doing away, my gut instinct tells me that doing away with mental health screenings and therapy will exacerbate problems that already exist and or may make for more mass events at schools if you get what I mean. They want to do away with mental health screenings and therapy. Instead, they argue in a Washington Post opinion piece that schools, quote, must return to the natural sources of mental well-being, strong families, nutrition and fitness, and hope for the future. Okay, guys, you gotta help me. Maybe I'm the retard. But from my understanding, the way my brain works and the way I conceptualize and understand the world, all of those things can work together at the same time, and we don't have to cut the mental health screenings or therapy. Or am I stupid? Maybe we should trust the guy who's who's working with the president. Maybe that's a good idea. Especially, I don't know if I have that article. The vaccine, we are losing herd immunity. So, not to speak ill of people, but wouldn't it be a little sad if those most affected are those in red states, the kids in red states? But I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that because speech is illegal now. Maybe comedy is bad. Maybe jokes aren't legal anymore. So maybe I shouldn't say that. Oopsie daisy, I already did. In the op-ed, the two secretaries mention a recent bill signed by Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, which requires all schools in the state. What the heck? That sounded like a UFO. Oh no, it's just a guy with a big truck. Recent bill signed by Illinois Governor Pritzker, which requires all schools in the state to offer mental health screening tests, starting with third graders. The screenings are standardized questionnaires that ask children about their feelings and well-being. Okay, I can kind of see where some parents might take issue with this, like they're probing for issues, or maybe the most conspiratorial among us, might they might say, "You implanted these thoughts and ideas into my kids," because they are already saying that about certain kinds of things that may or may not be related to gender. So I suppose it makes sense that the people he is trying to appease here, who would likely agree with we must return to strong families, nutrition, and fitness, those people might be against therapy and against the science. Rippy-dippy. Kennedy and McMahon posit that such screens, quote, medicalize the unique and sometimes unpredictable behavior of young children, end quote, creating, quote, new stigmas that students might carry with them for life. We must make American children healthy again without treating them all like patients. Well, technically the only ones who would be patients are the ones in therapy, but even then I don't really think you would be called a patient unless you're in a medical institution being hospitalized. I think therapy is just called therapy. You're just going to go talk to the therapist. But I don't know if that's the exact classification. But I think my main point still stands, that I don't think these two are necessarily mutually exclusive. We can have all of those things together at the same time, working in harmony. NPR spoke to mental health experts who say the op-ed is misleading about school-based mental health screenings and therapy. Here are the 3 points they say are important to know about the issue. 1. Mental health screenings reduce stigma rather than create it. Mental health screenings open up a conversation about mental health. I'm trying to remember what the meme was about people who commit these mass events. Wasn't it the idea that, like, Republicans and those sorts of people don't even consider mental health to be a real thing or whatever? Or they just, like, defund it constantly? I don't remember. I'm digging into the deep recesses of my memory, and I don't remember what exactly I'm trying to point to. That area of the library hasn't been attended to in quite a while. Quote, they are awareness and conversation starters, says psychologist Mary Alvord, founder of Alvord, Baker and Associates, who also works with schools in the Washington, D.C. metro area to improve student well-being and resilience. Quote, stigma is when you don't talk about it and you hide it. And then you make it so people don't want to talk about it and they don't want to then deal with it. It's like unprocessed trauma. You don't even know what you're dealing with. And so all of your actions and your emotions and your behaviors and your patterns, and if you fall into any sorts of substance abuse, you don't know why. You can't stop it because you can't perceive it, because you don't understand your own mind. You don't really have much training in that area. Unlucky. As research has shown, stigma prevents people with mental health conditions from seeking help. Also, these school-based screenings are meant to be universal, says Alvord, and they normalize conversations around mental health, raise awareness, and encourage help seeking. School-based mental health screenings also provide important insight into the kinds of things that kids are struggling with, things that can be addressed by schools, not by sending individual kids to therapy, but by addressing bigger issues schools might be facing. Most schools doing school-wide mental health screens usually aren't screening for a specific mental health condition. Instead, they're aiming for a wider lens into students' well-being and struggles, says Dr. Vera Fuhrer. Would that be pronounced more like Foya? Is that German? That sounds pretty spooky. There's a German doctor who's trying to do psychological evaluations on your kids. Director of Child Psychiatry at Northwell Health. She also works with several school districts in Long Island, New York, to improve student mental health. Quote, they might be called a wellness survey or a school climate survey or, something along those lines. It gives school a window into how children are faring and coping, Foyer says. These screenings help schools bring in programs that can boost student mental health. For example, many schools work with mental health care clinicians to provide evidence-based strategies to improve emotional resilience in kids or to improve connectedness among students. 2. Screeners screen. They don't diagnose. One of the things that I felt was really misguided in the op-ed article is it said things like we're treating everybody as patients, says Foya. As she and other mental health experts noted, mental health screenings don't end in a clinical diagnosis. Quote, screeners are brief assessments that identify this population at risk, says psychologist Benjamin Miller. They're not diagnostic, and they require us to take an additional step to find out more information and the most appropriate course of action. The next step might be for a student whose mental health symptoms are identified in the screening test to see a school counselor or a school nurse who can do a further assessment to understand what's going on in the student's life and evaluate them for a referral to a mental health care provider. I'm trying to think back. They said it starts at 3rd grade, right? I don't know if many of my classmates when we were all 3rd graders. Obviously, I had the perspective of a 3rd grader as well, but I don't know if any kids there were so abnormal that there would be a need for some sort of further assessment here, like they're stating. But I do know that probably the biggest issue, which still persists today from what I understand, is just the lack of what's it called, food safety. Like, you don't know where you're going to get your next meal if they don't get fed well at home, so they have to use the school foods. I think that might have been the biggest issue, if at all, when I was a student, when I was in 3rd grade. But obviously I wouldn't know. I didn't get any major red flags. Obviously, other than like certain kids being a bit of a bully, but hard to say in retrospect from the perspective of a child whether or not this would have made a difference, or I guess too much of a difference. Most students taking a screening will not need that referral, but for those who do, it's a way to catch their symptoms early so they can get connected to care before things escalate into crisis. Does this also account for, like, are they screening for like ADHD as well? Because maybe that could be extremely beneficial. Like if a parent doesn't know how to spot a child who has ADHD of some kind or something like that, that would be greatly beneficial to catch it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you're just going to yell at your kid all the time, telling them why they can't do their homework or sit and focus for like 5 hours. I imagine they might dive into that here in a second, if that's a common occurrence. Quote, the prevalence of mental health disorders is high, says Foyer. A lot of the disorders do start before age 15. We know that the rates have increased in recent years. School-based mental health screenings help in early detection. And if schools have a plan in place to connect students to care, she notes, schools can also help in bridging the gap for access. They are no different than screenings for physical health problems, notes Miller, who is on the board of advisors for Inseparable, a mental health advocacy group. Whoa, he's getting paid? It's an incestuous cycle here. Quote, we screen all the time in schools for things like vision and hearing, he says. Oh, okay. So it makes a lot of sense that we would just continue to screen for things that are equally important, like mental health. 3. A positive screen doesn't always lead to a therapy appointment. Access to mental health care remains a huge challenge for all Americans, especially children, primarily because there just aren't enough providers to meet the demand. And even when a child sees a therapist or a psychiatrist, it doesn't necessarily result in a mental health diagnosis. When Foyer evaluates a kid, she also assesses their physical health to make sure it isn't what's causing the mental health systems. Nice meme. Quote, we often do diagnose other medical conditions, including diabetes or other things that may be present. Somebody looking like they're distracted in the classroom, falling asleep, not being engaged, can look like they're depressed. Well, from my understanding, that sounds more like ADHD, like I mentioned earlier. Okay, let's see if she brings that up. But further examination by a physician might reveal, for example, that the child has diabetes causing those symptoms. However, even in cases when a child is diagnosed with a mental health condition, it might take a long time for that child to connect to a therapist. Well, I mean, it definitely sounds like the benefits greatly outweigh the fears and concerns, which makes sense that we should definitely trust the experts who have years of study and have gone through the necessary academic rigor regarding health, mental health, rather than somebody like JFK. Oh my goodness, RFK. I mean, better than JFK, he's probably decomposed by now. Unlucky. Every time I hear about more things he's done, it's just clearly uninformed, which explains why the uninformed people like him and why they agree. Yeah, this seems silly. I don't know why. I need a thing where it plays the gif of Jesse Pinkman screaming, "He can't keep getting away with it." From Fox 2 KTVU, published September 12th, 2025 by Catherine Stoddard. UK doctor left in the middle of surgery to have sex with nurse, reports. What the heck? You're supposed to be working. An anesthesiologist walked out in the middle of surgery to have sex with a nurse in another operating room, according to multiple reports. The incident happened in 2023, but the doctor recently had a hearing in the UK that will determine if he is fit to practice medicine in the country once again. Interesting. I wonder what kind of surgery it was. Does the sight of blood and internal organs just excite him or something? Like, is this a thing that's happened consistently between these two? I'm curious. I am a curious kitten. I am a curious George. What exactly are the details? Please enlighten me. The doctor was identified as a 44-year-old Suhail Anjum. I have a psychological profile in my head right now about why this might be the case. Took a comfort, that's what you call it, a comfort break. Okay, that's a good name. I should call this whenever I hang out with people who with whom things go a certain way. I'll call it a comfort break. Maybe this is what Amazon should implement at work if they want to have people who stop quitting, people who is that still a meme where people take up smoking? They don't actually smoke, but they say they need like a 15-minute smoke break every hour. Maybe instead of a smoke break, we need a comfort break. That would be a good new cultural shift. Let's call it. They misspelled comfort. That could be a good name for a fort. Just you're with a girl having a date. Come join me in the comfort. The backstory. Dr. Suhail Anjum, 44, and the unidentified, why is she unidentified? The unidentified nurse were caught in a compromising position by a colleague at Tameside Hospital in Manchester in September 2023. Anjum had said he needed to take a comfort break. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that from now on. I don't need a smoke break. I need a comfort break. He said he needed to take a comfort break and ask another colleague to monitor the patient halfway through the. But look, he left somebody else in charge. What's the problem? Halfway through the operation, the patient was undergoing gallbladder removal surgery, according to India Today. Another nurse went to look for equipment to prepare for the next procedure when she discovered Anjum and the unidentified nurse. After being gone for eight minutes, Anjum returned to the operating room and completed his work. I'm trying not to laugh. But it's just funny. I still have the mind of a childlike humor, teenager brain when it comes to these kinds of stories and these kinds of jokes. That's how you know I'm retarded. Anjum didn't deny the accusations and evidence brought against him. He said that, though his behavior was inexcusable, he and his wife had been having issues since their daughter was born prematurely and was going through a stressful time. Okay, that's the end. That's the final. Okay, no, there's one more sentence. What's next? The hearing was set to continue on Friday, and the panel will hear testimony on whether Anjum is fit to continue practicing medicine. What the heck is this? Your Honor, Mr. Medical Board licensing sir, your Majesty, you see, my wife and I have been having issues since our daughter was born, and it's a stressful time, and therefore I needed this comfort break with a nurse in the middle of an operation. As you can see, this is definitely a very reasonable course of action to take. Wow. Okay, well, I'll be right back, guys. I need to go take a comfort break real quick. Well. Okay. This one is less funny because this is the LLM I use. What the heck? From Game Reactor. I should find another article here because I don't know if Game Reactor is the most reliable for this sort of thing. I don't know why Game Reactor would be covering this topic. I'm sure there is another article. That may have better reporting. There aren't many stories, many articles about this. Okay, we'll stick with this one then, because I don't know what this other site is from Tech Times. The way it looks makes it seem like it's a fake website for some reason. I have some orange flags popping up right now. Orange flags are appearing. That's no good. And I think Game Reactor I've heard of over the years. So let's hope these guys are accurate enough. From Game Reactor, published September 12th, 2025 by Ben Lyons. The dictionary is suing Perplexity AI for incorrectly using the definition of copyright. While that might sound like a headline from The Onion, it's actually true. My goodness. In one of the more bizarre sounding events of the year, Encyclopedia Britannica and Merriam-Webster, the publishing giant behind the dictionary and one of the oldest continuously operating publishers at that, has decided it's time to take on artificial intelligence. As per Reuters, the publisher has launched a lawsuit against Perplexity AI under the grounds that the technology has infringed the definition of copyright that it uses in its own dictionaries, and because the way the AI uses the terms is in fact misused. Yep, it's a loaded situation. The lawsuit alleges that Perplexity, quote, unlawfully copied their material and diminished their revenue by redirecting their web traffic to its AI-generated summaries, end quote, something that Perplexity has yet to comment on. The claim is looking to secure unspecified monetary damages and a permanent order that will block Perplexity from misusing any Encyclopedia Britannica or Merriam-Webster content in the future. This is just the latest development of AI companies being under fire for how they gather and use content, be that in the form of training systems unlawfully or using content without the owner's permission. Well, that's it. Okay, let's go check out the Reuters. I should have just clicked here instead. Is this more? No, this is also pretty short. Is there anything else here that the other website? Encyclopedia Britannica and Merriam-Webster accused it of misusing their content in its answer engine for internet searches. Diminishes their revenue by redirecting their web traffic to its AI-generated summaries. Well, I definitely think there's a major issue with search engines and their stupid AI-generated summaries. Because if I'm looking for information, I just want to go to the page to read from the source. And it is consistently incorrect when Gemini tries to provide its own summary, which is frustrating because it makes me waste time reading your stupid thing that's highly likely to be incorrect. And then I gotta go do more research anyway that I was gonna do in the first place. Well, that is interesting. I will follow this case and see what happens. It'll probably just be settled. Okay, this kind of also goes in line with the AI problem that I was mentioning earlier, I think. From Ars Technica, published September 12th, 2025 by Benj Edwards. Education report calling for ethical AI use contains over 15 fake sources. Amazing. Fascinating. You can't make this shit up. Experts find fake sources in Canadian government report that took 18 months to complete. Did they procrastinate and then just put in those AI sources at the last second? Like the final week? It's like when you're a college student and you have to do an essay that you knew about at the start of the semester, and it's in the syllabus, but you were too busy playing League of Legends, trying to get to Diamond, and then you kind of had to do this. On Friday, CBC News reported that a major education reform document prepared for the Canadian province of Newfoundland and Labrador contains at least 15 fabricated citations that academics suspect were generated by an AI language model, despite the same report calling for ethical AI use in schools. Quote, A Vision for the Future, Transforming and Modernizing Education, released August 28th, serves as a 10-year roadmap for modernizing the province's public schools and post-secondary institutions. The 418-page document took 18 months to complete and was unveiled by co-chairs Anne Burke and Karen Goodnow. I don't know how else to pronounce that other than Goodnow. Both professors at Memorial University's Faculty of Education alongside Education Minister Bernard Davis. One of the fake citations references a 2008 National Film Board movie called Schoolyard Games that does not exist, according to a board spokesperson. The exact citation reportedly appears in a University of Victoria-style guide, a document that teaches students how to format references using fictional examples. The style guide warns on its first page that, quote, many citations in this guide are fictitious, meaning that they are made-up examples used only to demonstrate proper formatting. Wait. So they took the format of the citations, which used a fake book, or in this case a fake movie. It's there just for the formatting to show you where to put the title, where to put the director, where to put the year, the production company. And they use that as a real source? Am I understanding this correctly? Many citations in this guide are fictitious, meaning they're made up, used only to demonstrate proper formatting. Yet someone, or some AI chatbot, copied the fake example directly into the Education Accord report as if it were a real source. Aaron Tucker, a Memorial Assistant Professor whose research focuses on AI history in Canada, told CBC he could not find numerous sources cited in the report despite searching the MUN library and other academic databases and Google. Quote, the fabrication of sources at least begs the question, did this come from generative AI? Tucker told CBC, whether that's AI, I don't know, but fabricating sources is a telltale sign of artificial intelligence. Since the inception of AI language models, generating fabricated citations has been a continuous problem. The tendency to confabulate academic citations often causes particular trouble in academic and legal contexts, where fabricated sources can easily slip past lazy human review because they appear properly formatted and contextually accurate. AI language models like the kind that powered ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude excel at producing exactly this kind of believable fiction because they first and foremost produce plausible outputs, not accurate ones. I guess that's something to keep in mind. Plausible outputs for my thing. Plausible outputs. That sounds like a key phrase. I guess another thing to note is that I have noticed that people who do this Grok is this true stuff, they it's funny when they bully the AI over and over again until it gives them what they want to hear, and then it gives them fake citations or whatever. It's just so ridiculous, and those people should not be taken seriously. I have seen the value that you place on the truth, and we should all see the value that they place on the truth and treat them accordingly. First and foremost, they produce plausible outputs, not accurate ones. They always generate a statistical approximation based on patterns absorbed during training. When those patterns don't align well with reality, the result is confident-sounding misinformation. Okay, this is perfect. Perfectly worded here. Even AI models that can search the web for real sources can potentially fabricate citations, choose the wrong ones, or mischaracterize them. Yes, I know this for a fact because I once asked Perplexity to describe Arby in the Chief, and it said Arbiter was a foul-mouthed gamer who is misogynistic and uses inappropriate words, and Chief was the more prudent, knowledgeable, intelligent one. And that's a very clear indication that I told it to try again, and it got it correctly, but it needed my correction. So we definitely need people who are capable of understanding how AI works, how it is flawed or capable of being flawed at least, and to not assume that it's perfect, because that's a major issue, and that needs to be resolved. Quote, errors happen. Made-up citations are a totally different thing where you essentially demolish the trustworthiness of the material. Okay, that's a great phrasing. Demolish the trustworthiness. We should say that these people have demolished their own trustworthiness because clearly they don't value the truth enough to verify, and or they lack the ability, or what's the better word than care? The ability or the value of authenticity, of authenticating information, where you essentially demolish the trustworthiness of the material. Joseph Lepofsky, the former president of the Memorial University Faculty Association, who resigned from the report's advisory board in January, told CBC, citing a, quote, deeply flawed process. The irony runs deep. The presence of potentially AI-generated fake citations becomes especially awkward given that one of the report's 110 recommendations specifically states the provincial government should, quote, provide learners and educators with essential AI knowledge, including ethics, data privacy, and responsible technology use. Sarah Martin, a Memorial political science professor who spent days reviewing the document, discovered multiple fabricated citations. Quote, around the references I cannot find, I can't imagine another explanation, she told CBC. You're like, this has to be right. This can't not be. This is a citation in a very important document for educational policy. Yeah, that's definitely, I can see why you titled this, The Irony Runs Deep. When contacted by CBC, co-chair Karen Goodnow declined an interview request, writing in an email, quote, we are investigating and checking references, so I cannot respond to this at the moment. The Department of Education and Early Childhood Development acknowledged awareness of, quote, a small number of potential errors in citations in a statement to CBC from spokesperson Lynn Robinson. We understand that these issues are being addressed and that the online report will be updated in the coming days to rectify any errors. That's kind of your job as a human. When working with AI, you have to double check it. If you don't want to put in the time to double check it, then don't use AI in the first place and just do the work yourself. Look up real things and cite them properly, instead of having an AI do it all for you and making shit up. So this kind of goes perfectly well with my pro-America initiative. Let me copy this here. I like this entire paragraph. AI models, first and foremost, produce plausible outputs. They always generate a statistical approximation based off patterns absorbed during training. And when those patterns don't align well with reality, the result is confident sounding misinformation. That is very well cited, very well worded. Let's put this here. And let me, because I know how to cite things properly, let me do that. Because I studied English, I am well aware of MLA and APA citations. So let me go look up the current MLA MLA citation website. Oh. I just plug in the website here. Okay, let's do that. Site. Yes, this is what I want. Continue. I'm just using this website. It's the first thing that came up. Citation machine at a Chegg service. Uh-oh, Chegg. They're still around? Contributors. Here's title. Author is Benj. Oh, last name is Edwards here. Ars Technica, yeah, display URL, sure. And date accessed, the 18th, date published, the 12th, complete. Okay, and as far as I'm aware, this is indeed the proper MLA citation for a website, assuming it hasn't changed since I was in high school for a website. So, there. See, guys, that's how it's done. You see, what are their names again? You see Anne Burke and Karen Goodnow. This is how you cite. Anyway. Okay. What the heck was that? Okay. Where else? I think that's all I needed from this website. Okay. I think those are all the articles that I really wanted to read. I guess I should say Thomas Paine here as well. But I'll do that later. Okay. I think that's about it for me. I am hungry. And I gotta go take a comfort break. So I guess to recap, my vision that I see here for pro-America, we must make it our patriotic duty. We must make it a pro-America stance, a pro-liberty, pro-freedom initiative to address a handful of problems. We need to hold people accountable. We need to did it just run an ad on me on Twitch? I think it did. We need to hold people accountable. We need to look at how they treat the truth and how they treat evidence, how they treat citations, how they treat history, and give them their appropriate, put them in their appropriate box, whether or not they are someone who is honest, someone who has integrity, someone who has humility, someone who can actually engage with things that are being discussed. Those who can should be held in much higher regard than those who cannot. We cannot allow the country, our media, our government to be consumed by people who are unprincipled, who are liars, who violate and take advantage of the high trust society we have inherited from those who built this up. And it is our duty, our patriotic American duty, to make sure that the strength of their voice is properly placed, properly labeled. When it comes to media, those people who are not accountable, who are very clearly acting in bad faith, likely profit and capitalize on and are opportunistic upon people who are anti-curious, either on their own or by forces greater than themselves. And they are easy to manipulate with bots, with AI, with LLMs, whether from foreign interests or domestic. They see AI imagery and or videos and they are unable to spot it. They lack the awareness. They lack the understanding of how AI works, of how LLMs work. They put a lot of faith in whatever Grok says, which is a big mistake. And so to address this particular issue with bots, we must make it so that if you cannot detect bots, if you cannot detect deepfakes, then for the good of the country, if you want to be patriotic, and you should be patriotic, you should be pro-America, you should either get off the internet so that you don't fall for the bots, so that you don't do what the Russian bots want you to do, which is to further divide the country, which is to fill you with misinformation. Or if you feel yourself up to the task, you can work on your detection skills. You figure out how to determine what's real from what isn't, which is a huge process in and of itself. All of these things capitalize on the cult-like mentality and behavior of those who are probably part of this cult and feel like they belong there and feel heard in the cult for one reason or another. And the way I've visualized it, and the way that kind of makes sense to me, is that it's a ball of rubber bands. We have to slowly peel off the outermost rubber bands, the outermost cult members who are likely the most susceptible to falling for bot, AI, LLM stuff, as well as people who are not accountable, who are dishonest, who have no principles, who are inflaming the country for personal gain, at the cost of what we believe in. And if we peel off enough of these rubber bands, the rubber band will get smaller until eventually we can get closer to the center. If we peel off people who we can expose anti-accountability people, these lower rung cult members will see that they've been lied to, which means we have to speak to them. We have to listen to them in such a way where most likely we can reach these people by whatever emotional appeal the cult fulfills in them, because nothing can reach the heart that is steeled with prejudice. And if they are already filled with prejudice from a lifelong commitment to religion or political party, eloquence is not enough. Eloquence, logic, reason, good arguments, good essays will not be enough. We need to peel them off, one rubber band at a time. hopefully if we peel off enough, the rubber band in the center will fall without any support. So you must be pro-American to either detect bots and not fall for it, or stay away from the internet. We must be pro-American, hold people accountable, hold in high regard people who are honest, people who are principled, people who are noble. We cannot allow people with no principles to be held in high regard. They are highly regarded, but not the kind of highly regarded, the good kind of highly regarded. They are the bad kind of highly regarded, if you know what I mean. And this seems like a decent starting point for addressing things. So yeah, I think I can, oh no, I can't publish it right now. I need to make it an SVG. I'll put this on my Obsidian, and I'll link it. I will link it in, I suppose it could be its own post, or I can just have it here beneath the streams thing. So yeah, I think this can definitely be refined. Certain people from different disciplines can absolutely make this much better. So that's my perspective, and I think it's winnable. I think it's possible. I was speaking to someone in my Discord who was black pilled. And I think that person's perspective was a little off, because let's see if I can find it. I'm not trying to be mean to them. I'm just trying to use their words as an example. Let me see. Fuck, I don't know if I can find it in time, because I'm getting too hungry. Well, regardless, no, I can't find it. Yeah, things are grim. Yeah, things are spooky. But I think every individual definitely has much more power than they think. I definitely have much more power than I think. All it takes is to live up to what you believe in, to honor what you believe in, to truly believe it, to act it out. Because what you act out is true, is your actually held beliefs. It's not what you say, it's what you live. And I do think with enough people realizing their strength and their courage, there is a way. If you believe even a little bit, let's say. I was speaking to somebody else about art stuff, and the way I phrased it about art stuff is, because I think what I'm doing is cool, and I can't wait to share it. So what I told him was, you don't need to believe in me a lot. You just need to believe in me a little bit, and I'll do the rest. And so I think that's literally all you need, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Every little action should be pushing toward the right direction. So that's that. And I guess it was a good day, because I started with such a great essay on Thomas Paine's I always thought the essay was called These Are the Times That Try Men's Souls, but it's called The American Crisis, which which is interestingly relevant. So yeah, that's it. That's all for me today. I will link this in wherever I post stuff. You'll find it. Okay, and that is all for today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for memeing. Thanks for sticking around. Good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid, try not to suck your own dick, and as always, I will see you next time. Bye bye. I forgot to thank current Twitch subs. Thank you, Emoto, and at A Flick Life 2 for Twitch Tier 1 subs.